session. I think August is a wonderful month because it leads to the Ember month. So we have the September, October, November, December coming up soon. But we're in August and we are doing the 8th version for this year. Now, if you've been part of this program since January, you will know we've had amazing speakers and amazing opportunities to grow and to learn from each other. And today, you will not get less than that. We have different people coming in. We have someone that's going to talk to us about holistic leadership, and she's our first speaker. I'm so curious to hear what she has to say about holistic leadership. And the program for today, I will just let you know the time and the breaks that we have, because we don't want you to just sit for a couple of hours, but we want you to actually learn and rest. So from now till 10 a.m. will be the welcome. Then we have Chiamaka Chidumweje. Sorry if I pronounce your name wrongly, for 45 minutes. And that'll be from 10 o'clock to 10:45. So I don't know if she's in the house yet. So please let me know if she is. Then we have a 15-minute break for you to stretch, do a little bit of exercise so that you're not just sitting behind the computer completely. Okay, yes, she is in the waiting room. Fantastic. Then we have Bilkusu Mohammed next from 11 a.m. to 11:45, after which we'll take another short break, 15 minutes break. Then the wonderful Stella is going to come in for a couple of minutes to talk to us about SECA Africa and give us the announcement from SECA Africa. After that, from 12:10 to 12:55, we have Oluwafemi Johnson. So we have Oluwafemi Johnson, and then we have a short review of Marketing Without a Budget, which I believe everybody should have read by now. And the Brand Community Mastermind. I think people in Abuja, I always say that I'm jealous of you people because you guys are gaining so much from SECA Africa. Then at 1:10 p.m., we have Fiona Kirabo. Okay. And then we get to have the general recap and closing thoughts by Professor Sam or Dr. Sam Obafemi. So that's the rundown from today. But as usual, I want to know where everybody is listening to me from and if you can hear me properly. So if you can hear me in the comments, give me a thumbs up first. Can you just give a reaction so we all know where the reaction buttons are? Because we're going to be using the reaction buttons today a lot. So with your reaction button, give me a thumbs up or emojis so that I know that you can hear me properly. So, oh, nobody can hear me. Wow. That's how the thumbs up will be if you give this thumbs up to me. Oh, fantastic. Great. So Olufemi has done that. Let me know if you can hear. E.S. Bauer, Chiamaka. Great. Taufik, you are unmuted. Please, could you mute yourself? I know you're not speaking currently. Could you please mute yourself? I forgot to mention, we're live streaming, so that's why I couldn't play my favorite songs for you people. So I'm getting, yes, fantastic. We like call it power. I'm getting wonderful emojis from every single person. So as I was saying, we're streaming live on YouTube. So for those that you want to listen to your session, it will be great for you to send them the YouTube link so that they can also listen to your session afterwards. So those that are not part of the Zoom room, it gives them an opportunity to hear from you. And I want to also hear from you. Where is everybody listening to me from? I know some people are in Abuja. Where else do we have people from? So I know that people are here and I'll be able to say, okay, Abuja has 10 people. This place has this number of people. Oh, Kaduna. So one Kaduna. Senu. Lagos. Taufik is in Lagos. Great. Lagos. We have 2 Lagos. Where else are we listening from? Okay, thank you so much for sharing the YouTube link. I think that's the link that was just shared, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know what link was shared, but if it hasn't been shared, please just share the YouTube link in the chat so people can also send it to other people and they can be part of this. We've got another Abuja. Good. Abuja. Abuja people, I'm always saying it. People don't know how blessed you are. As in, you have Coach Sam directly. So yes, we've got Abuja. So everybody's listening from a different part in the world. The Kingmaker, please, do you mind muting yourself so that when they you have any interaction, no one gets to hear it? Fantastic. Thank you very much. All right, the YouTube link has been shared if you want to share it with your people. Now, what we want from you today is support. Support these speakers. Take notes and ask questions because the topics are very, very interesting. And their bios are even more interesting as we get to meet our first speaker, Chiamaka. She should be getting ready right now. She is going to be on in 4 minutes. And that way we can get to meet her, start right on time. I said, I love the fact that she's talking about leadership and then she is on time. That's remarkable. So yes, so we have Chiamaka in 4 minutes. Let's drop some gems and let's drop some this thing. I like learning proverbs from different states and different places. I think everybody learns from proverbs. I want to add some African proverbs to my list. So help me share some proverbs that inspire you, a proverb that just makes you, or it could be a scripture that just makes you want to keep on doing what you're doing. I think as creatives, as public speakers, we have an opportunity to transform lives with the things that we share. We have an opportunity to learn from people, and we also have an opportunity to unlearn certain things. So this would be my desire as we're having this session. Come with an open mind. Even if we are talking about something that you are aware of, come with an open mind, come with questions for your speakers so that they know that you're listening to you. And don't do it because, oh, when it's my own, I want people to do it for me. No, do it because that's the way we behave in this community. This is a Pan-African webinar, if you're not aware, and it's something that I believe has transformed many lives already. It has given people an opportunity to share and also an opportunity to make wonderful partnerships. So if you're listening and you find somebody that, this person can come and speak on my stage, then make connections, send good hearts to people, and you will receive the same in return. Okay, I don't know if, yes, I have Chiamaka's profile. So Chiamaka, please let me know if you're all set so you can switch on your camera. Then once it's time, I will bring you on board. So one of my favorite proverbs, and everything I think about has to do with improving the way you get things done. Fantastic. So could you switch on your camera, sis? Is a stitch in time saves 9. So that's the one I'll be sharing. So someone else will share something. And for me, a stitch in time saves 9. It's about understanding that when I see something wrong, I could fix it there and then. But if I keep waiting and waiting for it to be the perfect time, because I'm a perfectionist, I will never, I will have to spend more time fixing it. So for example, if you have a small hole in your dress and you just leave it, you could have just stitched it up. But later, if you say, later, it gets bigger and you have to do 9 stitches. So that's how I see it. And we've got a proverb from somebody. Procrastination is the thief of time. Just do it now. Since 1999, that is a quote to live by. And it's true. Procrastination is a thief of time. Just do it now. There is no perfect time to do anything. When you do things now and don't push things to the future. I always say later is not a time on the calendar, neither is it a date on it's not a date on the calendar, neither is it a time on the clock. So if you want to do something, fix the time and get it done. So Chiamaka, your camera isn't on. It is 10 a.m. and I want to bring you on stage. So can you switch on your camera so we could get started? And while she's doing that, I think I've lost her. Is she still on the call? I can't seem to see her. Okay, so our first speaker will be joining us very soon, and she's going to be talking about holistic leadership. And I'm curious to know why she chose that topic, holistic leadership. Why holistic leadership? Why not just leadership? And she's a seasoned supply chain expert specializing in the humanitarian and development sector. She holds a bachelor's degree in logistics management and a master's degree in transport planning and management. She is the visionary behind 2 impactful ventures, African Wears a groundbreaking fashion, photography, and makeup studio, and the Hub for Queens Initiative, a platform through which she has directed, mentored over 120 women in the past decade. So our girl is busy and in a good way. So, what else do we want to know about Chiamaka before I bring her on stage? With a wealth of experience in supply chain management and a passion for empowering others, Chiamaka brings a unique perspective to the intersection of business and social impact. As a speaker and life coach, she shares insights gleaned from my diverse professional journey, inspiring audiences with her dedication to fostering growth and inclusion within the entrepreneurial landscape. So without further ado, I am going to bring wonderful Chiamaka to the stage. Good morning, Chiamaka. How are you doing?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. I was worried that we couldn't hear you before. Yes, we can. Welcome to be as our first guest in August. Please give thumbs up to Chiamaka. Welcome, sis. How are you doing today?
I'm great, thank you.
Awesome.
Hope
So
you're
I'll
fine
give you
too.
I read your profile and I'm like, this is such an amazing perspective to look at. Most people are thinking more about profit. You're thinking more about empowering people. And today you are going to talk to us about holistic leadership. So one question before you get started. Why do you want to think about the impact between those two things? What led you to try and bridge the gap between these two intersections?
Which ones?
You talk about
Which ones? So do you mean social?
empowering women, one. So you're looking at empowering women in one and the other hand, you're thinking about doing the things, chain management, a passion for empowering others. So you have these two intersections that people don't see, business and social impact. Why?
Okay, because at the end of the day, what's really the point of doing business? I know many times we're thinking about the money, but how do we make money if we're not really making impact? Because to be honest, everybody is thinking about what is in it for me. So if you're coming to the business front and you're coming with your own personal interest, at the end of the day, it will be difficult to make that money because you want to really offer people something that is valuable that they can be able to part with their money, you know.
True.
So basically that's one of the main reasons why at the end of the day, no matter what we do in making money, we must always find a way to create value, to create impact, to make a change. That's it. Yeah.
Awesome. I love that. I love that perspective. So without further ado, I will hand over the stage to you.
Thank you so much. I'm struggling to, I want to share my screen because I have a slide.
Okay.
I
All
want
right.
to, I'm struggling to find out where to do that. Or how to,
So
okay,
if you look at
share,
the
I can see
bottom of your
share.
screen, yes, it's green. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes,
I
yes.
will unpin my
Sorry, Zoom is
screen.
not one of my best. Zoom
No,
is
don't
not one of
worry.
my best platforms to use. I know it's one of the most popular, but it's not my favorite. Okay, let me share. Okay, great. I don't know if anybody can see my screen. If you can see my screen, just give me
Yes,
a
I can
thumbs
see
up.
your screen and we can hear you clearly.
Okay, great. So today I'll be talking about the power of holistic leadership, balancing personal mastery with professional excellence. I know when we talk about holistic leadership, it's like there's a lot. So I'm going to just focus on some aspects. But before I go further, let me talk about what holistic leadership is about. So holistic leadership is an approach to leadership that emphasizes on the importance of balancing personal and professional growth, investing in oneself, and at the same time investing in other people, and fostering a collaborative and supportive culture. Why is this important? And why am I speaking about this today? Because in today's world, and even in the country that most of us, I believe, we're in Nigeria, many of us, or some of us, and with the general global economic challenges, everybody is doing a lot to make money. We're all like looking for how to expand our financial, what do I call, leverage, yeah? So we're all looking for like many ways to make money. So you'd see different people doing different things. I, for one, I'm an employee. I work with the United Nations as a full-time staff, and I go to work every day from 9 to 5. I still have my business, which you've talked about. I still have my social impact program. I still have life coaching that I do. I still have a family that I run. I have 3 kids, you know, and the rest. So there's a lot that we're doing at the same time. And it's so important to really look at leadership holistically, because if we don't look at a way to balance it out, we're going to eventually break down. Something would have to give at the end of the day. So that's why I'm focusing on this today. I cracked my brain a lot about what to talk about today, but holistic leadership is my forte. So I decided to just stick with it at the end of the day. So introduction. As leaders, we are constantly balancing professional demands with personal growth. So today I want to share how we can integrate personal mastery with leadership and still create lasting impact. This is not just about being successful at work. It's about thriving in all areas of our life. So the foundation of holistic leadership is basically about leading with your whole self. Yeah, every one of us are leaders. As far as you're a speaker, you are definitely a leader. Most times, in almost everything you're doing, you are leading something. You're leading someone. You are leading at some point. So holistic leadership is not just leading with our body, like being physically present, but being mentally, spiritually present, like the entirety of your being involved in your leadership style, you know. So I'm focusing on 5 main pillars today: emotional intelligence, purpose, resilience, well-being, and legacy. These elements differentiate the good leaders from the great leaders. So we don't just want to be good leaders. At the end of the day, we want to be great leaders, right? So let's look at emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the heart of leadership. You know, it underpins all leadership. It's about understanding yourself and at the same time understanding people. Who would be a leader without emotional intelligence? How is that even possible? You know? So I'll be giving a few tips and practices that we can just take back. At the end of the day, I know that no matter what I talk about today, if we don't take at least one thing to go back with, we would all have wasted our time. That's the truth. And I don't want us to waste our time, you know. So please, if we can just pick at least one thing today and just say, okay, this one, I'm going to work on it so that this 45 minutes that Amaka spent here will not be a waste of my time and hers, right? So one of the things I want us to go back with is like practicing self-awareness, recognizing our emotions and their impact on others and even on ourselves. Somebody's mic is on. Okay. So the other thing is practicing mindfulness. So from time to time, it would be nice as leaders to pause and reflect, especially when we're in situations that are, you know, and I believe that this has been happening recently. There's a lot of emotions on the rise. There are a lot of things happening in our professional and personal lives. And many times it's important to just pause and reflect. And it would help us to be better leaders, you know, both personally and professionally. And secondly, I want to talk about leading with purpose, aligning our values and our vision. You know, for purpose-driven leaders focus on impact and not just profits. I already talked about it earlier when our host asked the question, you know, at the end of the day, profit is important, but how do we make profit if we're not making impact? It's, you know, we've heard many times that many companies that are in the world, you know, and that are doing things and making a lot of money, they're making a lot of money because they're solving a particular problem. So at the end of the day, how do we make profit if we're not solving a problem? So in every area of our work, we want to be, in our lives generally, as holistic leaders, we want to be looking at what impact am I making? What am I really offering people at the end of the day? You know, and this is something I do. I run a brand that is, it's kind of hard to really find a way to say, okay, I'm really making some kind of impact, because we're doing clothing, we're doing pictures, and we're doing beauty, makeup. So these are just seemingly regular stuff at the end of the day, or somebody just wants to change their outfit and all that. But many times I sit with my team and I tell them that at the end of the day, what value are we bringing to people? So when we're packaging our offers, we're not just packaging offers with, oh, come and buy clothes, come and buy this, come and buy that. We're actually thinking, what extra value are we bringing to the table? What problems are we solving? You know, what challenges are people having, you know, in this area of our work that we are solving? So at the end of the day, that is impactful, you know. And secondly, I want to talk about aligning our personal values to, seems like my internet connection is bad. Can you just let me know if you're hearing me, if you're still hearing me, you've not lost me.
Yes, we can, ma.
You can hear me? Okay, great. Okay, so let's talk about aligning personal values with professional mission, right? We have our business mission, our business vision, our business goals and objectives. You know, at the end of the day, for us to be holistic leaders, we have to find a way that our personal values align with our business values. This is because you want to show up at work knowing that you are your full self. Because sometimes we come to work and maybe we're just working because, like my day job, there are times when, because I've been working here for like 6 years. So within 6 years, there are times when I feel so drained. I'm like, I'm just coming to work and just meeting up to my daily deadlines, and I'm not really fulfilling anything. So I have to go back to the drawing board and look at, okay, what really made me, why am I really working here? At the end of the day, what is my real purpose here? How does this align with my personal goals? How does this align with my personal values? How does this align with my identity? You know, and it helps me come back to work refreshed, knowing that, okay, I'm really making an impact. I'm not just coming to work to make money and go home, right? And it helps to align your personal values with your professional mission. It helps you as a holistic leader. So an action we can take is to identify our core values and align them with our leadership style. This is a take home. You know, in most of the slides, you're going to see at least one action step. So yeah. So we're going to talk about resilience and agility, thriving amidst change. Change is a constant thing, you know. Change is so constant. Like today, everything is going well, and the next day you're like, well, what's really happening? Why is there chaos, you know, in my life? And at the end of the day, you need resilience as a holistic leader. Resilience is essential in today's fast-paced world. It's about bouncing forward with new insights, no matter what comes your way. We all go through things. I added this note. I don't know why I didn't highlight it, because it just came to me when I was putting together this slide. And we all go through things. However, we have the choice to not allow these things go through us. That one is the choice. We don't have a choice. We can't choose what happens to us, but we can choose what takes root in us, you know. So at the end of the day, things will happen, but we would decide to not allow them get to us and affect our work and our life, you know. So at the end of the day, we do this by continually pushing forward no matter what, because things will happen, change will come, chaos will come, unplanned situations will come, but we must insist to not allow these things get to us, you know. We have to be open to embracing change with a growth mindset. You know, sometimes when things happen and then they are different, I like to go back and ask myself, what am I supposed to be learning in this season, you know? because at the end of the day, we never grow out of learning. We never grow above learning. We never grow above learning. So we have to embrace change as with a growth mindset. Every challenge is an opportunity to learn. So the action here is to continuously learn, to understand that chaos will happen, change will happen, things will happen in my life that I am not in control of. However, what I can do is to learn and adapt quickly to be able to forge on. That's where resilience comes in. So the next thing we're looking at is well-being. I told myself that I won't take more than 30 minutes so that we can have a short time for Q&A. So we're wrapping up soon. So another thing is well-being. For me, well-being is the backbone of sustainable leadership. At the end of the day, if you are not okay, how do you create impact? Remember, it's you. You are the main person here. How do you create impact if you are not okay? So leadership starts with taking care of oneself. You want to look into the energy that you are, controlling or maximizing, you're accepting or utilizing, and look at your focus and creativity. All these things, they depend on your well-being. So prioritize self-care. This is an action, a take-home. Prioritize self-care. You are important. Prioritize sleep, exercise. As a holistic leader that wants to balance out your professional and personal life and just be okay. You want to prioritize self-care, sleep, exercise, mindful breaks, and all that. They're important. So something you want to take back and reflect on is, what is that one change that I can make today to enhance my well-being? What is that one thing I can make today? For me, I've been, though I like the idea of going to the gym, I like the idea of exercising, I like how it makes me look fit, but I've noticed that sometimes when I notice that I'm naturally slimming down, I don't remember to go back to exercise because I'm like, I don't even have the time. So, but then remembering that this one thing, which is fitness, taking my fitness journey seriously, is going to impact not just my physical health, but my mental health. So it's not just about looking good, it's about feeling good. It's about having the strength that I need to continue to push forward in every other thing that I do. So this is the reflection that we can take back. What is that one thing I can do today? And without excuses, no reasons. I know that this is good for me. This will help my life and I will do it. So yeah, we should take that into consideration and do something about that as holistic leaders. So creating a legacy. The lasting impact of holistic leadership is in creating a legacy. Legacy is about the difference you make in others' lives today, not just what you leave behind. I know many times when we talk about legacy, it's like, when I leave this world, what's going to happen? What will people remember me for? What will people remember me for now? What impact am I creating now? What legacy am I creating now? Not about when I leave this world. When I leave this world, yes, probably most times the legacy I've even created now would be what people would remember me for. So at the end of the day, it's not about thinking about what people will remember me for when I'm gone. It's about thinking about what people will remember me for today. When my name is mentioned anywhere, what will people think about me? When people call my name, what do people say about me? That's legacy. So it's about the difference we are making in other people's lives in this moment, right in this moment. So we want to focus on leadership with impact by nurturing talent, nurturing people, and fostering a culture of overall growth. We already know that as leaders, we have to foster a culture of overall growth. But now it's not just about randomly, but why? Because we want to leave a legacy today, now. We want to make a change today, now. We want to see difference in people's lives today, now. Finally, reflection. What impact do you want your leadership to have on present and future generations? That's something to think about. What impact do I want my leadership to have on present and future generations. Remember, this is not just about work. This is about your overall life. You know, you meet youths every day. For those who have children, you have children who are looking up to you. For those who have family members, you have family members who are looking up to you, younger and older. You know, at the end of the day, what impact do I as a person want my leadership to have on generations? Conclusions and call to action. So today we explored how mastering ourselves can elevate our leadership. This is a challenge I want us to take on. Commit to one concept from today. I said this in the beginning. It is so important to me that we commit to one concept from today. Just pick, you don't necessarily have to utilize everything here, but just pick one thing. If it's mindfulness, if it's legacy, if it's, you know, self-care, just pick one thing and say, today I'm going to, you know, prioritize this thing and just make it something that I will do to become a more holistic leader, you know, and integrate that into our leadership and our overall lifestyle. Final thoughts to take home. Do not lead with just your body. Many times we come to work and we're just there, just working. You know, our mind is not there, our spirit is not there. Some of us don't even want to be there. You know, we find ourselves in places where we really don't want to be. And that is not a good way to live, to be honest. As holistic leaders, we want to live and lead in such a way that we are in wherever we are fully, spirit, soul, and body, you know, fully immersed in our leadership experience. That's how we can make lasting impact for both ourselves and everyone around us. Thank you very much. Any questions? Questions? If there are no questions, yes. I'll hand over to the host.
I believe there will be questions, contributions. Please, this is an opportunity for us to ask your question. Our facilitator is still very much around to take them. Thank you very much for your thoughts, your questions, your contribution. We still have about 15 minutes. Please go ahead with that. Thank you.
If we don't have questions, it's fine. We can also reach out later.
Okay. Just a follow-up. No. You're not handing over that soon.
Okay.
Just okay. Yes, please go ahead, Mark. Momire, your hand is raised. You can go ahead, unmute yourself, Mark.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, madam.
Thank you. My name is Ray Davis. I think I joined just at the right time. This morning, I woke up and thought through what I am doing, you know, as an endeavor. And I asked myself, how would, you know, was I running, you know, a legacy business or doing something that would outlive me? And I think I responded to myself by saying, even if I get my business round to be a legacy business, up to what generation would remember me? Up to what generation would remember me? And that sets my mind thinking. So listening to your parting words, it has to now do with how impactful my present work is to other people that I'll leave behind, even if I love to leave the business behind as well. But I think the more important thing now is how well I impact the life of people around me. So thank you so much, Chidinma. That resonates very well with me.
Thank you. I can see a question. Thank you very much, madam. I can see a question from L. Teach. He says, how does holistic leadership intertwine with emotional intelligence? Oh, a lot. Because holistic leadership is basically about finding a good balance between your personal and professional work. personal and professional life. At the end of the day, how do we even do anything without emotional intelligence? You know, how do we relate with people without emotional intelligence? How do we manage situations without emotional intelligence? How do we bring a balance in our personal and professional life without emotional intelligence? At the end of the day, emotional intelligence is the heart of holistic leadership, because it's basically about handling people, handling problems, handling situations. Yeah, so that's how they are intertwined. Is the heart of holistic leadership. You're welcome.
Oh, thank you so much for this. I think I can finally unmute myself. It was an amazing session. If you have any questions, then please leave them in the chat. And how can people reach you? So you've talked about balancing a lot. Where can people connect with you online and offline if they have questions?
You can, okay, yes, you can reach out to me on any of my social platforms at Amaka the Global Force. Amaka the Global Force. AMAKATHEGLOBAL Force. FORCE. Yeah.
Okay.
Instagram. So, I think I'll put my WhatsApp number somewhere as well.
Okay, yes. So she will share her details on Instagram. Please send her a DM to just say you love that session. I think it's always good we encourage people that come on stage to share, especially about the topic of like personal mastery that we all need. Most of us focus on the part of leadership, but we neglect this, what I call the soft part of leadership. So it was good hearing about what you shared today about grades, about leadership, and about leaving a legacy. So I have a question for you. So my question is, if someone has heard all this and has said, I've never been a great leader, I've always led with first because that's all I know. And I want to make a
always
change.
led with
First.
Force.
F-O-R-C. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's all I've been, that's all that has been taught to me. That's all I have experienced all my life. I come from a military background, but now that you're looking at this from a different perspective, I am keen to learn more. What would you say to that person?
Change begins in a minute, to be honest. Like, I believe that change begins with the decision. If you just wake up now, you say, today I'm not going to eat beans anymore. If you've decided you're not going to eat beans anymore, it's as simple as that. You just every day wake up and remind yourself, 2 days ago, I decided not to eat beans anymore, so I'm not going to eat beans anymore. You know, so to be honest, I don't think there is anything particularly wrong with leading with force. There are times when force is necessary. And that is why I am so much a big fan of balance. Balance. Every part is important. You don't throw away one part for the other. Every part is important. And that is where emotional intelligence really comes in. Knowing when to use what. Knowing when to use what. That's why I also personally don't say this is my leadership style, or you know, when they talk about sorry to anybody who is a parenting coach here, when people talk about only gentle parenting as it is, you know, described, you know, it's not like there's anything wrong with gentle parenting. There's nothing wrong with gentle parenting, but balance is important. Understanding when to use what, understanding, you know, that at the end of the day, no matter what you do, other people also have the right to react however they want to react. So if you decide that you want to use any style, you understand that people's reaction to it would be different, and you must be open to accepting their reactions as well. So yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about balance. But if you decide that, oh, I don't think this style I use is the best throughout, I want to balance it out, of course, by all means, you have the freedom to wake up and change your style. You know, thank you.
All right, fantastic. I love that because yes, it's about balance, understanding that there is no method that is totally right or totally wrong. You can learn from the different methods and make your own way, but do it for the person you are. And context also matters in any situation. So the context also plays a major role. And if someone is like, okay, are there resources or books that you will recommend for them if they are looking to learn things from a different perspective? What books would you let them start with?
To be honest, off the top of my head, I don't have any book to recommend. But if there's anyone that wants a book, you can reach out to me privately. I will come up with something, of course.
All right. Okay. So if you do want a book, just reach out to Chiamaka and she would recommend one for you. I think we've done a great job asking.
Chima's hand is raised.
Okay, yes, please.
I hope he's not here to fire me. OBK, I hope you're not here to fire me.
No, not at all, ma. That's a good question. Yes, the concept of legacy as a today perspective got me thinking. So I would like to know, are there actionable steps one can take? How can one see legacy, do legacy, even when the person is still alive in this part, in this side of eternity? Thank you.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. On the slide, the creating a legacy slide, we have an action point, which is focus on leadership with impact by nurturing talents and fostering a culture of overall growth. So at the end of the day, for one take home can be to see that whatever you are doing, you are replicating it in another person. You know, that's another way. Like, let me use an example. In my business, because I do a lot of things, I don't have the luxury of time to be able to personally do each thing, but I know how to do most of these things well. So what I do is I train my staff. I train, like, the first thing I do to anybody that works with me is I train you like as if I do not exist. I train you in such a way, and the way I hand over in such a way that no, they cannot even reach me. They will have to reach you. So when the problems come to you, you'll be forced to solve them yourself. Sometimes my team comes to me with questions like, oh, how do I do X, Y, Z? I'm like, you tell me, how will you do it? You know, because at the end of the day, one of the ways to create a legacy is by nurturing other people, ensuring that other people can do what you do in such a way that if for any reason you are not available, you have a like what we're doing with what Seka Africa is doing with OSP and so many other platforms, the ability to, Seka Africa can actually go to sleep and they have speakers that can speak wherever they are called upon, because they have been able to create this environment, you know, for people to be able to thrive, you know. So that's basically what it's about, fostering a culture, fostering, teaching, nurturing another generation, you know. Thank you.
Okay, does that answer the question?
Yes.
All right, yes, you can.
It answered the question, but it also brought up another question, if you don't mind. Just one last. Okay, so at what point do you strike a balance between delegation and supervision within the context of legacy? Where do you strike a balance between delegation and supervision within the context of building a legacy from today's standpoint?
Okay, so are you asking how me I handle it, or just generally?
Yes, how you handle it, and maybe you can extend to general information.
Okay, so for me, what I do is I supervise in such a way that I can see through what my team is doing. Like, we have communication channels that I am in copy of, you know, so I know exactly what is happening. So that's how I supervise. I delegate all the time. In fact, I delegate a lot of things in both my personal and professional life, but I supervise by being in copy of every single action and thing, because I want to know when they have reached their limit, and then when they have reached their limit, I can step in. Sometimes I step in by communicating with them directly and telling them, oh, this is how you should handle this thing, at this point. You've made a mistake in so things. This is how you handle it next time, but this is how you should handle it going forward. So that is how I balance supervision and delegation. But as for delegation, oh God, I can call myself chief delegating officer. I delegate literally everything. If I can delegate myself, delegate my hands and legs, the use of my hands and legs, I will do that as well. So I come in when I know that they have issues, then I step in. Yeah. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did, but I won't ask another. Yes, you did.
Okay.
My 45 minutes not over.
So you still have like 7 minutes. So okay,
Why did I not make my slide bigger now?
Well, articulated and distant, but yeah, it was quite good. From what everybody is saying.
I'm joking.
May. Thanks for the presentation. Awesome session. So let's give OBK the floor to ask his last question.
No problem.
No, I don't have any. She has done justice to that. I think the presentation overall has spoken to some of the matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can share my slide if anybody needs it too.
Yes, please. That would be great, because I was going to ask if you could get the slide.
Yes, I'll share it. Okay. All right. So thank you so much.
Slides, you can send them to the team, and then they will let us know how to get it. But thank you very much for your time. Thank you for sharing all this. If people want to work with you one-on-one, they can just send a DM, right?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. All right then. So if you want to work with her, reach out. Remember, I said reach out, please. Let's not be stingy with our messages. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
Over
and out. I'll be on the background listening to other people. Yeah. I'll just turn off my video.
I think this was a fantastic presentation. It's can you please stop sharing your screen? Okay, I think this presentation was concise, but it's kind of a wake-up call for us to achieve balance. I like the fact that it talked about building a legacy, and the fact that sometimes if we want to duplicate ourselves, it starts with the small things. We can't be everywhere. So as leaders, as entrepreneurs, one thing you should start thinking about is, if my team needs me to survive all the time, are they thriving? In order for your team to thrive and for you to leverage skills and the skills of everybody you have on your team, it's time to start delegating and allowing them figure it out by themselves. So that's one thing I took from this conversation. And to me, it was amazing, because I love talking about holistic productivity and self-mastery. So I like the way she talked about intentional well-being and about self-care. As entrepreneurs, sometimes we neglect ourselves. Self-care is not something that is feminine, and that you have to buy a candle and light a candle. It goes beyond lighting a candle. In order for your business to thrive, you have to schedule in certain things like rest. Most leaders do not rest. Most entrepreneurs, we are working 24/7, because if I don't do it, no one will. So I think this presentation kind of gave us that opportunity to reflect and think about ourselves. So I have a question for everybody. When last did you even take half a day off to just rest and rest and do nothing and think nothing about the business? It's quite difficult to do as entrepreneurs. And if we're honest, that lack of rest kind of impacts us in a way that we don't want it to. So we'll soon have the next speaker, but one thing I will add to what she said is reflect. Take time to reflect on what you've done and what has worked with your team, so that you can start learning from your own data and not someone else's data. So thank you, Chiamaka, for such an amazing session. to talk to us about resilience and grit, talk to us about intentional well-being, and about leaving a legacy, because you are somebody great today. Don't wait for the perfect time. So we're going to go on a 15-minute break soon, but when we come back, we've got another speaker, and I don't know if she's in the house yet. So we've got Bilqis Mohammed, and our topic's kind of is going to be a wake-up call for all of us, and it is making friends with fear. Yes, making friends with fear. I don't I don't know what to say about the topic, but I'm curious to know why she wants us to make friends with fear. And I will just see if we can say hello to her before we go on our break, so that she knows that we know that our mic is working and our camera is working. And then we'll go on a quick break and be back at what time? 11 to have the next session about making friends with fear. Hi, Bilqis. Can you? Oh, yes.
Hello.
Oh, very, very loud and clear. All right. So,
Alhamdulillah.
oh, fantastic. So we'll come back. I just wanted to check if your audio is working and your camera is working. So yes,
Okay,
everything
good.
working perfectly. So when we come back from the break in like 17 minutes, we'll start the conversation. But please be with your notes, take notes as usual, ensure that you are listening, because this topic is one that I am curious about. I always make notes when I'm listening to anybody. So those are my notes. Make your own notes. It's a good habit to have. And we'll be back after this break. OBK, is that okay that we go on the break now? Okay, Chima. Okay, Chima isn't here,
Yes,
so
yes, it is. You can grab a cup of coffee, stretch our legs, and then come back.
all right then, fantastic. I will see you at 11.
Don't be so nice.
Okay, so I think we are back. Hello, hello, hello. We are back. So thank you all for joining today. And as usual, we'll do a little quiz before we get started. I just want to know something. So when it comes to learning or read, or will I say when it comes to books, are you someone that likes audiobooks or physical books? What do you prefer? Audiobooks, physical books, or ebooks? So 3 categories. Just let me know in the chat so that I know that we're all back and this thing, learning. Audiobooks, physical books, or ebooks, digital books. Which one do you prefer? Let me know in the chat while I check on our speaker, Bilkis. Audiobooks and physical books. I am like you, Mfon. I am an audiobook and physical book. So I'm listening to the audiobook, but I'm flipping through the physical book. That's just the way I do it. So Raima says audiobooks. Fantastic. I've tried ebooks. They just don't work for me. I don't know how to do ebooks so well. I just like the idea of, from my bookshelf, you can tell, these are like 1/3 of my books. I am a book person, so I love physical books. I like the idea of flipping through pages. Sonia also likes physical books. Flipping through pages is just absolutely fantastic. You can listen. Audiobooks are fast. Physical books are an addiction. I would like to understand why you have an addiction, but I'm curious. Yes, physical books could be an addiction, and it's wonderful to have both. It's just because of space for me. I'm like, where else can I keep the books? That's why I am considering not doing physical books anymore. But I would always still buy a physical book. 100%, I will always buy a physical book. And when it comes to audiobooks, I like when audiobooks are read by the author because it kind of adds an additional flair to it. As when the author is describing certain things and then they go off script and give you the emotional connection you need with the book. Absolutely fantastic. So I like reading. I like physical and audiobooks, but ebooks, the fact that I have to be scrolling or flipping my phone, it just doesn't go so well with me. Some people just don't like physical books. They would do the Kindle version, ebook version, or whatever. Whatever works for you, just keep doing it. And I think we're going to start a little bit earlier than anticipated, but I don't know if everyone is back. But while we're doing that, I'm going to add Bilkis to the call and she will let me know once she is ready to join. So Bilkis, Bilkisu rather, sorry. If I don't pronounce your name, please correct me. Bilkisu.
You got it.
Oh, fantastic. So we are ready for you. So I'm going to add you to the call now.
Okay.
Topic. Someone said, what's the topic? And I am excited to say the topic. Making friends with fear. How do you make friends with fear? I'm sure everybody is curious. So for the second speaker, Bilkisu, we have a topic already, and it's making friends with fear. And for me, it just sounds like two things that cannot work together. That when you flee from appearances of fear, don't even allow fear come. We have like a negative relationship with fear. So I'm really curious to hear what you have in store for us when it comes to making friends with fear. But before you get started, as usual, I'm just going to read your profile and then we'll get to meet you a little bit. So you're an emotional wellness and transformational coach, a counselor, a mental health first aider, consultant and trainer, multiple arts. She wears multiple arts and I'm so excited to have her. You've also obtained some certifications, so you don't just walk the talk, you actually have earned it. You're a certified 3 principles coach and mentor. You are a certified neuro-linguistic master practitioner and performance consultant. You are a certified emotional intelligence and anger management coach, certified mental health first aider, certified trainer by Center for Management Development, Purpose and Potential Discovery Specialist. I love that. Professional member of the Chartered Institute of Mentoring and Coaching. So you are deeply committed. As in all these things, yes, I'm saying multiple arts, but it has something in common to helping people. And it's about understanding that individuals are different. So you said you offer personalized guidance that helps them to attain clarity, harness their intrinsic potential, and cultivate resilience for transformative outcome. Lovely to meet you today, Bilquis. How are you doing today?
I'm good. And you?
I'm doing great. I read your profile. I'm like, we have so much in common when it comes to helping people to reach their full potential. That is amazing. So I'll do a little chit chat with you before you get started. Why did you decide to move into this field of helping people become the best version of themselves?
So I was a housewife for so many years. Then one day I went to the Nur Masjid in Abuja here. And the coach there was speaking about how we need more coaches. Women are going through so much because it was a women's circle I went to.
Okay.
She was talking about how women are going through so much. Mental health issues is everywhere, and we're not aware of how to manage ourselves. So she was like, please, please, more women should go out, train, and help the community. So even when I decided to go and do the training, I thought I was going to go and help the community, help women. But when I started, I realized, wow, I had so much issues that I wasn't even aware of. So I had to stay in my own corner to finish helping myself. But it was really transformational. It transformed my life and that of my family and people around me. And it's a blessing to always impact people's life, especially when they share how they begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel after talking to you. So I'm grateful that God is using me as a vessel to bring light to people's life.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing that. I like the fact that you said you had to do the work for yourself first before you ventured out to go and help others. And you doing the work impacted not just you, your family, but your community in the long run. So we're so excited to hear from you. So you've got 45 minutes. We can use 10 minutes for your session, and then we'll have 15 minutes questions and answers or something like that. I think that will. So the floor is yours. Do you have slides that you want to share?
Yes, I'll start sharing it.
Okay. All right then. So the floor is yours.
Okay, people. Hello. A lovely morning to everyone. And I would like to say, well done for showing up for yourselves. You've done a great thing for yourself to be here today. So today we're going to learn about making friends with fear. Inshallah. So can we be friends with fear? I'd like this to be very interactive. So please, you can drop your answers in the chat box. Can we be friends with fear? Naulimi Wakakom. Oh, okay, great. Okay, Rahima says no, nice. I love that. I did it run, yes. Okay, I think so, yes. Before today, I will have said no. Okay, that's good. I love that mindset. You're open to learning. I don't think so, Tapsuk. Okay, we'll learn more today. Phyllis says yes. I'll teach. I also think so. Okay, thank you so much for your responses. I'm glad that most people think so and some say yes. And hopefully by the end of the session today, I would like to believe that you open your minds to believing that we can be friends with fear. So because of the layers of resistance and our habitual nature, I'd like to plead with you to please indulge me. Listen to me beyond your thoughts. Listen not to argue, not to even intellectualize it. You don't have to even understand it. Just trust the process. Listen to the truth behind what I'm saying. Open your minds and listen to help yourself transform your life. It's very important why I said so, because most of the time we listen through our beliefs, through what we know in life, as against listening to understand things or listening to anyway, we'll learn more about that. So just open your minds and please listen beyond your thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's this quote that I really love that has changed my life. If the only thing people learned was not to be afraid of their experiences, that alone would change the world. So if the only thing people learn was not to be afraid of their experiences, that alone would change the world. What do you understand from this quote, please? Can anybody share? I would like somebody to share what they understand by this quote, that if the only thing people learned was not to be afraid of their experiences. This, friends, it's fair. Anybody wants to share what you understand by this quote? Nobody wants to share? Okay, so what it means to me is most of the time we're experiencing life through our own beliefs and filters. Okay, DK Jonah, thank you. Please go ahead and share.
I'm muted. For me, it said if the only thing people learned was not to be afraid of their experiences, that alone could change the world. I think sometimes, but based on past experience, some people live in the past, so they just don't move forward and it holds them back. So if the only thing people could learn was, was not to be afraid of their experiences, that alone, that singular act will really transform the way we get things done. It will transform the way we appear. It will transform every single thing. And that would end up changing the world. Just imagine if every single person is not afraid of failing, is not afraid of trying. Okay, because I failed in the past, I don't want to experience that kind of guilt or shame anymore. But if they're not afraid of that, I think for me personally, when I stopped being afraid of looking silly and being an introvert, it transformed the way I got things done. And that was 10 years ago. I became a totally different person because I learned to embrace my strengths. So I'll use that example. So, and that's kind of changed my life. And I know it has changed the lives of hundreds of people.
Thank you so much for sharing. So when she stopped being afraid of being silly, most of the time we're always questioning what we're doing. And you know what? Because we're all so much, everybody is so much in their heads with their own thoughts, people don't even notice what we do as much as we think. So thank you for sharing, Jonah. One thing I would like to bring out here today again is our experience is totally different from our circumstance or situation. And the mistake we mostly do is we tend to experience life with our circumstance simultaneously. So because we believe our circumstance and experience is the same, we experience it together. And that affects how we see things. But there's a saying that pain is inevitable. However, suffering is a choice. So the circumstance, we cannot be able to control it. It's our circumstance at that moment. But how we experience that circumstance depends on us. It depends on our ability to take responsibility. It depends on how we think about the circumstance. It depends on how we believe in ourselves. And we'll learn more about that. Fear is an unpleasant emotion caused by the threat of danger, pain, or harm. Fear is an awareness of danger. Notice here, fear is an awareness of danger. Most of the time, what we're scared of isn't danger. It's our thoughts about things. So please understand that there's a difference between when it is an awareness of danger and when you're facing a real danger as against an imaginary danger. And I'll give an example. Like when I come back home every day when I'm driving, just by there's a sharp bend that I go through. And the sharp bend, the road is narrow, cars are coming out and we're going in. And there's a ditch, like a ditch by the side of the road. Every day, not every day, well, most of the time when I come taking that bend, I always slow down and I have this imagination of falling into that ditch. And you know our imagination, you imagine something, you go ahead to create a vivid scenario of that imagination and even have conversations about it. Sometimes I'll imagine falling into the ditch. My car is damaged. I've hurt myself, my husband or whoever is coming to save me. And I just go on and on. And sometimes I just come pass by, drive without even being aware of that ditch. So the fear that comes to me is an awareness of danger. Yes, there's a possibility of me falling into that ditch. However, I have been living in this house for 14 years now, and I have never fallen into that ditch. So the awareness of danger is there. And it is good for me because it makes me to be very cautious when navigating the place. But if I hadn't made fear my best friend, imagine the fear. It can cripple me and even stop me from driving because of that fear. And it happens to us in other scenarios as well. Let me ask, has anybody, most of us here would, when flying in an aeroplane or going on a journey in a car, do you think of fearful thoughts of you could have an accident? Or what if the plane falls down? Do we think about that? I'd like to get some responses in the chat box. Oh, I got some responses. Most time our fear stops us from moving forward. Absolutely, Hawa. Thank you for sharing. Temitayo says, our experiences have lessons. They teach us if we can embrace them and learn from them, we'll become better for it and contribute to making the world a better place. Absolutely. Yeah, what Rahima says every time. OBK, yes. Oh, yes, all the time. Oh, lovely. I'm loving your answers. So you see, it is not that we don't have the fearful thoughts, but has it stopped you from flying or from traveling? So all the time we have those kind of thoughts in our head, and it is okay. What is not okay to hold on to them and create that vivid scenario and allow them to cripple us. That is why fear is your best friend. Because without that awareness of danger, we would fall into a lot of dangerous situations. So it is there for a reason. It is part of our default setting. And it helps us. And when we work with it, It empowers us. But when we don't, when we allow it to cripple us, it limits us. So now, am I beginning to convince you that fear can be your best friend? Oluwafemi, I had an accident with my car the very first day I bought it, and for the next 2 years, I drove with fear. And if you didn't drive with fear, we would, because when we don't have these fearful thoughts, it is a big problem. So it is very justifiable that you drove with fear. But what did you say? You did drive. So you want to give yourself that kudos that regardless of the accident, you moved forward by trying to drive and you did your best to overcome it. So are we on the path to believing that fear can be our best friends? Yes, okay, thank you. Not at all. Oh, Rahima, you can't believe fear is your best friend? So give me your favorite emoji if you believe that fear can be your best friend. Oh, not best friend. Okay, can it be your friend, Jonah? DK Jonah, can it be your friend? So can fear be your friend? I want to see your favorite emojis. Just share your favorite emojis if you think, okay, yes, it could. Frenemy. Frenemy. Okay, yeah, it can be an enemy. It depends on how you choose to see it, as long as it doesn't limit you. Okay, thank you, Elijah, for sharing. So for us to understand more about how we can make fear our best friend, or not best friend, let me see, friend. How we can make fear our friend, it's important we realize the power of our thoughts, how we experience life. And how do we experience life? We experience life through thoughts in the moment and nowhere else. Thoughts in the moment and nowhere else. Can I ask everyone to think of a very, very, very happy moment in their life? Think of a moment when you were very, very happy. Are we thinking of a moment where we were very, very, very happy? I want you to see what you saw, feel what you felt, hear the sounds of that moment. Thinking about that moment, how do you feel now? Please share in the chat box. Thinking about that moment, how do you feel now? Thinking about that happy moment. How do you feel now? You feel good. Thank you, Mfon. I hope I said your name well. Oh, all the way from Abia. Feel good. Want to experience the moment again and again, Rahima. Thank you. Hawasi is happy again. Good. So the question is, are you experiencing that moment now? Is it happening now? Mfon, Rahima, and Hawa? No, yeah, Hawa Sani says no. So you see, you're not experiencing the moment now, but you're bringing it alive through the power of thoughts. Yes, in imagination. So you see what I mean by the power of thoughts. It is not happening now, but we're bringing that moment alive through our power of thinking. And guess what? Whatever we think of will create how we feel. So because I said happy thoughts, you're feeling happy. And if I had said fearful thoughts, you would be scared. Please, can you mute? Sad thoughts, you go into sadness. So that is our ability to experience life. We experience life through the power of thoughts. Wow, it's showing my internet connection is unstable. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So you see, we're experiencing life always through the power of thoughts. However, most of the time, we're not conscious of those thoughts because we're not aware of them. The human mind thinks up to 70,000 thoughts in a day. If you remember everything, you would be probably on the streets or in one psychiatric hospital. So our mind, the primary function of our mind is to protect us. So what it does is that sometimes, because of these thoughts are so much and they can overwhelm our head, the mind is quick to create hypothetical events of what is happening so that we can be able to make sense of so much information coming in at us. And when we do that, we hold on to the few thoughts that we think are significant to us. And most of the time, we believe fear, worry, anxiety is going to help us. So we hold on to those kind of thoughts so much. And we keep scaring ourselves over and over and over again. And sometimes when you tell people, it's okay to have the fear, but don't worry, they will, how can I not worry? Like, if you don't even worry, it's an issue. But you know what the worry does? It takes away our creativity. It stops us from functioning well. Because our mind is focused on the worry, we fail to be able to have that creativity or problem-solving skills that will help us. Why? Because whatever you focus on will expand. So you keep seeing the worry, and energy flows in the direction of focus. So it will stop you. It will limit you, not stop really, because we're always striving, but it will limit you from focusing on the solutions, from focusing on the creativity that will help you. And it will affect your fulfillment, your purpose in life, or whatever outcome you want in your life. So you see, that is why paying attention to noticing our thoughts, paying attention to our thoughts, and knowing that these are thoughts, giving the thoughts less significance is very important. Most of the time, we create our realities out of thoughts, and we do our best to live inside them. That is my reality. Even when everybody else is saying it is not, you don't want to agree because that is what is in your head. And you think it's the reality, the objective reality for everyone, but it is only subjective to you. And I will repeat here, I'm not talking about when real danger is in front of us. So we create our realities out of thoughts, and we do our best to live inside them. So what type of reality are you creating in your life? Is it a fearful one? Is it a one full of stress? Remember, pain is inevitable. So we're all going through that stress and insecurities and what's the word, subhanallah, that we're not sure of what tomorrow will bring, because Nigeria today is just so confusing. Things are not working well, and it is affecting all of us. It is true, it is a reality. But do you have to keep frustrating yourself? Do you have to keep overwhelming yourself through all this? Or do you want to weather the storm in a calm way? If you are driving in a stormy weather and driving in a clear weather, is it the same? Please let me have some response. Those of us that drive Those of us that drive, please share in that. Is it the same when you drive it? Aha, no. Thank you, Umfon. Thank you, DK Jana. It's not the same. Sometimes I don't even like driving when it's raining because you're like this. It's taking away so much of your energy. But when you're in a clear weather, you're relaxed. Sometimes even dancing to some music you're listening to and driving jeje. So you see, it's not the same. But what we do is we think that that worry and fear and anxiety is what will help us. It's limiting us in actual reality. So it's important to accept them, because when we don't, we suppress it. And when we suppress it, it keeps coming back at us. So we have to accept it. That's why fear should be your friend. Accepting it, you know that it's a messenger, it's valid. It's telling you something, teaching you something. However, the ability to understand your thoughts are creating your feelings would help you to navigate it in an enlightened way. So when we have this thinking, we believe that we're living in an external reality, but in truth, all we ever see is inside our head. And except you're aware of your consciousness, you'd always be here inside your head. Right? I think my time is running out. Our feelings are always and will always be made up of our thoughts in the moment. Yes, I'll say that again. Our feelings are always and will always be made up of our thoughts in the moment. You know what? When I heard this before, I was like, these people, let them finish their Turanchi. How can you tell me my feelings are made up of my thoughts when my husband is clearly making me angry? My children are driving me crazy in this house. And this, my illiterate helps. Their own wahala is also different. Some of you would think my boss, that's a difficult person. What if you stop thinking of that person as difficult? And take responsibility for your feelings. Because it's only in taking responsibility for your feelings that you can accept it and find clarity to do better. But once you keep blaming and complaining of something, it's like you've given that power to the other person, the other party. Then your brain will automatically not think of solutions, because it is not you now, it is somebody else. It is the thinking of fear that is creating it. It is not you. So please, I know there are layers of resistance that this will meet, but trust the process. If there is one thing you're taking away today, is to learn to pay attention to your thoughts. Notice your thoughts. When you have this overwhelming feeling or this fearful thoughts, just go back to noticing your thoughts. So, essential selfishness. It is important that we have this essential selfishness for our well-being, to take care of ourselves. Self-care is simply prioritizing the feeling of being cared for in yourself. I would like us to do an exercise. If you have a writing material, draw a vertical line on a page. Then on this side of the page, write cared for in myself. And on the other side, write not cared for in myself. Are we together? Drop your favorite emoji in the chat box, please. Thank you. So here you have cared for in myself, and here you have not cared for in yourself. So the first question is, how do you feel when you're cared for in yourself? And how do you feel when you are not cared for in yourself? Please, this is an exercise for you. Try and do it because it will help you a lot. How do you feel when if you feel cared for in yourself, and how do you feel when you don't feel cared for in yourself? Most times, people will tell me when they're cared for in themselves, they feel loved, they feel calm, they feel alive, they feel settled. But when they're not cared for in themselves, they feel sad, ashamed, lonely, uncared for, sometimes even angry. So the second question is, how are you with other people when you feel cared for in yourself? How are you with others when you feel cared for in yourself? And how are you with others when you do not feel cared for in yourself? So cared for in yourself, it doesn't have to be that you are the one caring for yourself. It could be that somebody else did something that you felt they care for you. But we're just talking about the feelings now. So some people will say they feel generous because they felt cared for in themselves, so they're willing to care for others better. Some will say it gives them patience. They feel light, compassionate, or kind. While in the other side, when they're not cared for in themselves, they feel petty, judgmental, angry, zero tolerance. Then the third question is, when you feel cared for, how do you handle adversity? When you feel cared for in yourself, how do you handle adversity? Then when you don't feel cared for in yourself, how do you handle adversity? Share their insight from this little exercise. Wait, do we even have time? Maybe share in 1 minute, please. Some will say they feel really well. They feel better than expected when they're cared for in themselves, while others would say they give up or walk away, or they're so angry, or they don't get to do things well. Sometimes they just do it because they have to. In saying this, I want to remind all of us, in whatever you do, try and infuse love into it. It is part of your own essential selfishness. Most of the time, some of us will go to work just because I have to, and I have to earn salary. But guess what? That mood and that negative feelings in you is affecting your health. Yes, it will affect the outcome of your work, the productivity, but it will first affect you first. So for your essential selfishness, it's very important that you learn to infuse love in what you're doing. When you have to do something, you can infuse love into it. Remember the power of thoughts. Your thoughts are yours alone and nobody else. So it's how you choose to use them. Is there anyone that wants to share how this exercise? Oh, okay, so this one is something I repeated. Okay, let's go to the next page now. So it's important that we take care of ourselves. It is an essential form of selfishness for your well-being, first and foremost. And it will give you a more enlightened life when you do that. And self-care is not, well, it is the meaning you give to it, but we shouldn't limit self-care to going to restaurants to eat, to wearing new clothes or buying something. It is more about the inner world than the outer world. Yes, the outer world would add value. So I want us to write in your notepads, what do you habitually use your imagination to create? Is it fear? Is it uncertainty? Or are you creating a world you want to be comfortable, happy in? So what do you habitually use your imagination to create? what are the things that are always going on in your head? What are the things that are always going on in your head? What's the world that you are always thinking of? So if you think of the world as a good place, a blessed place, a glorious one, that's what you'll keep seeing. But if you think of it as Wahala, as Nigeria of today, that's what you'll always see. Experiment, make a list of all the things that scare you. Looking at the list, notice, has there ever been a time that it was present and you weren't afraid? Just like I shared with you how when I come to my house, I'm always scared of falling into the ditch. And sometimes I even create scenarios in my head. And sometimes I just come and pass by without even noticing the ditch. So as long as what you're scared of or your past experience is not scaring you every moment, then that means you can choose to feel differently. You can choose to think differently. It is not in control of you. You are in control of it. So please take the passenger seat of your life. Remember, we should allow fear. We should feel it. We should accept it. Because when we don't want to accept it, when we don't want to feel the fear, we lose half of the feedback system. And it cuts us from connecting to our wisdom. So when they tell you only think positive thoughts, now lie. The negative ones too are also very important. It's what you do with them that is important. But the thinking, you can't even control it. It's very random.
Chapter 2, verse 8 and 9.
So imagine, please, can you mute yourself? Imagine when you're writing. Now, the paper you're writing on, what you always pay attention is the writing on the paper. But we forget that there's a blank page before the paper. So that is how we always pay attention to our thinking and forget that before the thought, before the fearful thought, there's a space within you. And that space within you is full of wisdom, creativity, and goodness. I hope the layers of resistance will allow you to believe this. Yes, you are God's creation. He does not make a mistake. You are special in your way. Give yourself the grace to live and make your fear your friend. Well, not best friend. Okay, thank you for listening. Any questions?
Thank you so much for today. So yes, we will get a couple of questions, but just to recap, I liked the way you talked about fear and how sometimes it's you mentioned that our feelings are always made up of our thoughts in the moment. I like that we are no longer trying to see fear as an enemy that doesn't want what's good for us, but sometimes it's to observe what's happening, the situation, the context before we make informed decisions. Our imagination and reality are important in whatever that we do, and it's about facing fear. You suggested that we should allow ourselves to feel the fear and accept it. And I know many people will struggle with that. Can you elaborate on how accepting fear can actually lead to greater wisdom and creativity rather than being something that holds us back?
Yes, so I mentioned that whatever we focus on will expand.
Yes.
And energy flows in the direction of focus. There was a time my husband said he was going to buy me a car. We were working in our estate when he showed me the car. I didn't even know the car existed. But from the time he showed me that car, every day I go out, I see lots of them. I didn't even end up getting that car, but I shall notice the car so much because I was focusing on it. So when we focus only on the fear, it takes away our energy to be able to do what we need to do very well. It takes away our energy of creativity because our focus is on the fear. However, when you realize, okay, the fear, I have accepted it, it's valid, it's a messenger, there's something it's telling me, then it helps you to reflect, what lessons can I take from this? Like before, I have somebody that is very negative in my life, and I don't like to talk to that person because me, I'm too positive. And I just thought, you know, the way the hype on positivity, I just thought positivity is the key. Then this person one day was telling me, sometimes you don't even notice the consequences of what will happen. You just dive into things and you end up, when you are in trouble, you come back to me. It was a feedback. Because my positivity is too much, I don't notice the consequences of those negative thinking, the fearful, insecurity, anxious thinking. And it gets me into trouble. So you see, the fear helps us to make informed decisions. So sometimes when I want to make a decision, I go by the person and run my decisions through that person so that I can pick their brain, because I need that balance. But before, I'll just say, this person is too negative. This person doesn't want to take risk. So when you accept the fear, you pick lessons from it. What could go wrong? How can I manage things differently? And a lot of times when we're in that fearful situation, we just don't have, we don't think of possibilities. It limits us.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question is, because there's something you mentioned that there could be layers of resistance, because as in human nature, so we're going to try and resist. How can we you say there are steps that we can gently take to walk through that resistance to embrace a more enlightened and self-aware way of living?
Yes, absolutely. So by self-development, the fact that we're here today means we're on the right path. The thing is, from upbringing, since from conception, everything that has happened in our lifetime is being stored in the brain. So we live mostly an unconscious life. We live on autopilot. So when you learn to be present in the moment, as against being stuck in what has happened to you in the past, your experiences of the past, sometimes we get stuck in that and it informs our decision for today. Or anxiety or fear of what will happen tomorrow, it stops us from being present in the moment, enjoying that present moment. But when we're able to learn to be present in the moment, we're able to see things on in a clearer way. And I'll suggest, of course, self-development, reading a lot, seeking knowledge. There's this thing about consciousness. Consciousness helps us to be able to make choices. And God has created us with that free will to make choices as humans. So imagine if you're on an elevator, a glass elevator of consciousness. On the ground level, what would you see? Maybe you'll see the windows of the houses, the doors, you'll see people, they're close to you. But the higher you go in consciousness, the bigger the picture you would see. So maybe by the time you get to the 5th floor, okay, you can make out the houses, you can see the complete cars, you can see people and be able to say, okay, this is a fair person, this is dark, this is short, this is tall, and describe things very well. But the higher you go, the little things we give significance to, we just see that when you go very high in that glass elevator of consciousness, all you see is the bigger picture. And you realize that little things that you've held on to, little beliefs that you've given so much significance to, are just holding you back. But when you go very high, all you see are houses. You can't even differentiate the rich man or the poor man's house. You can't differentiate which is a very expensive car and which is not so expensive. You can't differentiate between races or religion So you just grow in consciousness. And the only way to do that is to always seek knowledge. And as you're seeking knowledge, reflect on what you're learning. Every experience you have in life is a learning experience, as long as you'll open your mind to reflecting and not just being stuck in our own limited capacity of thinking.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. So, please, if you have any other questions, let us know in the chat. But it was wonderful chatting with you about fear. And I could say make a frenemies. So it's a friend, but you realize that sometimes it holds you back. But I like the way you express it. It gives us so much to think about. And I am just excited about what you've shared and how we're going to connect with you. So if someone says, I really want more, how can they connect with you offline or online after this conversation? Where can they find you?
Oh, okay. I can leave my contact in the chat box. Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay. And are you on social media or do you have a website?
Yes, I have a website, the www.theplacidplace.com.
Okay, fantastic. So
And my Instagram handle is at Coach Bilkisu.
okay. So we've got 3 ways to connect with Coach Bilkisu. Please reach out to her and just let's give her a round of applause for an amazing session. I think I did learn a lot. I have more questions, but I'll probably send them to you privately. But it was
Okay, anytime.
so much for
Thank
this.
you.
Okay, if we have no questions, we're going to go on a 15-minute break. And when we come back from the break, we're going to have another speaker. And this time around, Chirike, let me know if the 15-minute break is okay. And we've got Oluwafemi Johnson. He's going to be talking about corporate wellness and business profitability. So I want to know if he is also in the house. If he isn't, then we could reach out to him during the break so that we can get ready. I also want to see if he's in the house, we could do a mic check to ensure that his mic is working, his camera is working, and yes, he is. So, Oluwafemi Johnson, do you mind unmuting yourself and switching on your camera so we check if that's working before we go on the break? So if it's not, we can help you out during the break.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm actually on my, okay, yeah.
Okay,
So you can-
fantastic.
Yes, yes.
So
yes,
we're just doing a quick mic check and video check. We're going to go on a 15-minute break. And when we come back, we're looking forward to hearing from you on something that we all want to do. And you said corporate wellness and business profitability. So it's going to be a
Yes.
10-minute break. Yes,
Okay.
it's going to be a 10-minute break. And when we come back, we'll have the amazing, he's already in the house to show you that he's eager to speak to you and everything
Yes,
seems
of
to be
course.
perfectly.
Thank
So we're
you
going to go
very
to a quick break and then we will come back. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we are back. Before we have our next guest, I will be chatting with Stella about Sacra Africa, looking at announcements and a couple of things. So I don't know if Stella is in the house.
I will take the announcement.
Okay, all right. So we will have you, and I think it's going to be a couple of minutes to talk about Sacra Africa plus a Sacra announcement. So are you going to be talking about Sacra Africa and the announcements, or just the announcements?
Yes, for the announcements, we can take the comment a couple of announcements have been talking.
Okay.
I believe a couple of us are familiar with SECA, Africa's
Okay.
finest country, when it has to do with business processes,
Yeah.
coaching, behavioral change,
Okay.
processes, and mental health.
Okay.
SECA has that friend to go
You be
to.
going to camera.
Okay, my apologies. Not now, but
Okay.
I will check that next time. Yes,
Okay. Awesome.
Seka has always been your go-to friend in any of the areas I mentioned, and not just that, we've always consistently supported businesses and helping them become much better than they are. Um, Whether it has to do with community building and making sure that businesses thrive very well via communities or that individuals become better with any of our courses or any of our classes. The whole idea is to ensure that we have people who are properly resourced with the right competencies and skill sets. There are some programs that are coming out September. If you take the comment section, you can find some of them. We have the Brand Community Mastermind, which will be on the 21st of September. Dr. Sam Obafemi will be in the room with several participants teaching about brand community. The first cohort was a success, and he's repeating that class this September. You should be a part of this. You can check the comment section for that. And of course, we will also have the Workforce Masterclass coming up on the 5th of September. It is HR centric, but we are focusing on team management and the future of work because we want employers to understand their people well. We also want them to understand the big trajectory of business operations. The fact that we have technology coming more into businesses means that employers need to position their organization towards the future of work. And those are some of the things we'll be discussing in that class. The class goes for 25,000. If you register more of the team members, you may get a discount. It's important that you get that. Next week, after 5th, we have the life coaching certification course. If you understand or if you observe, all our speakers for this month are life coaches. Chiamaka Yedilide is a life coach. Diokeshu Muhammad is a life coach. Olufemi Johnson that I'll be taking after I'm done is also a life coach. Fiona Kirabo is also a life coach. So you can see the quality of coaches we have dealing with several things for people, for businesses, and that is very, very important. So get on board, become a life coach. Not just that you become a life coach, but you can also become a member of the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria. And you can also extend your membership to the International Federation of Coaches. So you have that platform that takes you from just playing within your space to doing things bigger, doing things globally. And then we also have the emotional intelligence and anti-management combined coaching certification course so that you can properly equip at helping organizations and individuals with issues like anger management, understanding the dynamics of anger, understanding the various factors, understanding the various triggers. It positions you to become an authority in that space. Not just that, but also to infuse emotional intelligence. We see Coach Chiamaka repeatedly emphasizing the need for emotional intelligence in holistic leadership. So you need the whole emotional intelligence is a key component. And that course helps you to be properly tuned towards becoming an expert in that field. So just to run down that September is for you. Yes, September is for you, whether it is workforce masterclass or emotional intelligence and anger management combined coaching course, or the life coaching certification course, or the brand community mastermind, whichever one that suits you and you're interested in. September is your month. Is your month of growth, is your month of exploit, is your month of progress. It's that month you should not move into without coming out being better, being bigger, and doing things a better way. So for more information, you can check us on all our social media pages at Seka Africa, at MySeka Africa, or online at www.sekaafrica.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and that just in time. So all the coaches are life coaches today, and September is your month. So if you want to join the Workforce Masterclass that's holding on the 5th of September, you can join. For members, it's 25,000 Naira. And the Brand Community Mastermind, the second cohort holds on September 21st. So you have to reach out to register. The phone number is 070-359-53367. And all the information I just read is in the chat. If there's any other information you need about Seka Africa, how to get involved and how to do more things, please reach out, because September is a month that is has been created with you in mind. I believe that most of the things Seka Africa does is to help us improve the way we do things as individuals, as coaches, and not get lost in the things that we are doing. And yes, that is the way things will be going. So we talk about community a lot, and a member of our community is about to come on stage now. So I don't know if I still have Oluwafemi Johnson, and I could bring him to the stage now.
Yes, please.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining today. I will add you to Spotlight. And fantastic. Hello. How
Thank you.
are
Good
you?
morning.
Good morning. So I'm going to read your profile before we have a little chat. And I'm excited to hear you speak, because the first thing I saw, Coach Femi is a certified yoga and meditation teacher with over 35 years of experience. That was shocking. I was like, wow. So we're speaking with someone that is an authority in this field. So please have your questions ready, because this may be the only opportunity you get to ask questions from someone that has this expertise. He has distinct expertise in holistic health and lifestyle engineering. That's about body, mind, spirit integration, as well as consciousness evolution systems. I'm really curious about that, but I'll come back to that.
No problem.
That's not all. You think that's all? Wait for it. He's an energy therapy practitioner, a senior teacher that's called a Lao Chi in the energy. Lao Chi. What language is Japanese?
That's Chinese. That's Mandarin, actually.
Okay, Mandarin. Okay. Yes. In the energy modalities of, I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sure you'll correct me.
That would be Qigong.
Qigong. And Tai Chi.
Tai Chi. Tai Chi Chuan.
Tai Chi Chuan. I think you're getting the intonations also. And the Pioneer Mindfulness Meditation and Meta Robotics program. He's a certified coach with competence in emotional intelligence, anger management, and mental health first aid, neuro-linguistic programming, and as well as purpose and potential discovery. Sensei Johnson is a certified martial arts professional and self-defense tactician with multiple black belts in karate, jiu-jitsu, Aikido, Judo, and Unified Martial Arts. He's a public speaker, writer, syndicated columnist with a master's degree in international relations and a bachelor's of science degree in political science. He is the director of Classical Martial Arts CMA and Center for Lifestyle Enactment and Reengineering, CLARE. Wonderful. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence on this beautiful.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jonah. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. I have
you.
questions before we get started
That's
because
good.
curiosity, why
Yes.
did you get interested in this field when it comes to meditation, going beyond that, then anger management, emotional intelligence? You kept going deeper. But what is the genesis?
Yes,
Why did
exactly.
you get Yes.
Honestly, thank you so much, Jonah, for your kind introduction. When I started way back, I voyaged into martial arts. That was my beginning. And so I trained people up in the art of self-defense. I also discovered that women or men or adults who wanted to lose weight or keep in shape also came to me. So then I began to include fitness in my regimen. Then I discovered along the line that when I worked on people for a while and they leave, or something happens, a change of location, whatever, they come back and they were back to square one. So there was this yo-yo effect. So I wanted to understand, if we have lost the weight, where did it come back from? That's what led me to looking at the mind. What is the programming? What is going on within the mind of the individual? So even when we do the physical act, it's good effort, we make all the exercises and all that. But if they haven't resolved certain emotional baggages, if they have not cleared that mindset, reset it, if you like, then it can't be a lasting change. So that drove me into the mind. Now, when I got into the mind, I also now discovered that even when people have ideas or beliefs, it's driven from a standpoint of something beyond the mind. What is your take or perspective about the issue of God, creation, and yourself? Or how do you see yourself within the larger ecosystem? So that's where I begin to see that, oh, you really can't treat an issue isolatedly. You need to look at it holistically. So you have the body, you have the mind, you have the spirit. And because the spirit is what warehouses or is what propels the body, it means that for us to have a holistic solution or a sustainable solution, you need to go to the spirit first, and you come to the mind, and you come to the body. In that order, that's the new paradigm. That's what drove me on. So yeah.
Mind, body. I've never seen it from that perspective. I think everyone is curious to hear what you're going to talk about. But honestly, I will give you the floor. So you've got 45 minutes. We can 30 minutes for your session and then questions. But if there are no questions, continue. You can decide to take all your 45 minutes. And I will let you have the floor. But thank you so much for sharing that. Spirit, mind, body. That's something I will keep in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. I would like to, if you permit, share my slide.
All right, that's fine.
Yes.
And as it's sharing the slides, if you have any questions at any point in time, please just write them in the chat, because I think this is going to be a topic that we will all love. So don't wait till the end. Just write your questions in the chat and it will get to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Okay. It's already afternoon. All right. Good day to all members of OSP, and I'm sure even South Africa, all the wonderful speakers. I had wished to come in earlier. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, good. I had wished to come in, or on earlier, but I had to attend to very pressing matters. But now that I'm here, my take or my topic, I will be focusing on corporate wellness and business profit or profitability. I was in the private sector, prior to this time, working, privately at the onset after I, finished school and all. And I went a bit into the non-governmental sector. All right. Then later I found myself back in the business world, and I looked back at my experience and discovered that most sustainable companies, whether in Nigeria or any part of the world, have some common, what I can call common structure or common principles that has driven them or that has sustained it, that helped them sustain their growth over even centuries. Now, okay, let me go to this slide. Right. I've been introduced. I don't think I need to go into the introduction anymore. Do you think? Or will you think I should? Do you think, Ms. Jonah, do you think I should still go back and?
Yes, please still go back. The floor is yours.
Okay. Right. Okay. So, can you see my slide?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I should just go on then.
Yes, please.
So, yes, my name is Femi Johnson. I've been introduced, but you can see my second slide now, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. I'm a certified martial arts professional, yes, and the rest of it, I do karate. So my first love was in the martial arts, and I transited or metamorphosed to become a certified wellness and lifestyle coach, where yoga, meditation, qigong, tai chi, and energy therapy, and of course, applied astrology are my tools. There's some tools that I use to help people, optimize their well-being. Of course, I took certification with SOCA, then now SEC Africa, Emotional Intelligence, Anger Management, Mental Health First Aid. And I'm also a certified NLP practitioner, from the UK. I'm a vegan superstar, writer, and syndicated columnist. So that out of the way, corporate wellness initiatives that or programs that are implemented by employers to help employees optimize not only themselves, but their contribution to the overall target of the company. So in essence, it does not only include salaries, paychecks that people take home to maintain their lifestyle. It also includes the environment wherein they work, the policies of the companies, or the policies, the administrative policies, the HR policies, the financial policies, whatever, how the policies of the organization impact the well-being of the staff, so much so that they are able to feel a sense of belonging and connectedness to the goals and aspirations of the company or of the organization. The goal of corporate wellness is to create a work environment that supports and encourages employees to adopt healthy behaviors, because oftentimes, maybe like in the past, but now because there's more awareness and consciousness, people employ or employers engage labor for the purpose of just delivering or meeting targets or giving them deliverables. But the Japanese and the Chinese, let me start with the Japanese, who had a foresight, believe that the human factor or the human resource is as important as any other structure of a business. And so they began to invest intentionally in the welfare of their staff. What school did their kids go to? What kind of families are they raising? Are they having do they have any terminal ill person in their family? Things that could impact the mindset, or if you like, that could mitigate the productivity of their staff. And that over time, became popular as people begin to discover that most of these companies do so well, and they have a high level of retention. So currently, we have a rising demand for corporate wellness the global corporate wellness market is expected to reach about 87.4 billion by 2026. All right. Survey indicates that at least 70% of CEO consider employee wellness a critical component of corporate strategy. All right. We will look at why that is so. And then 60% of employees consider wellness programs when choosing an employer. So I would like to look at like an integral kind of or a kind of symbiotic or mutual benefits. Because when companies provide an environment for employees to come in, work, and get paid, all right, employees also are looking up to corporate organizations that can also cater to their, if you like, non-physical aspects of their being, you know, that will help them have some level of hope, and then give them the ability to aspire or, you know, stay longer in such organizations. The demand for mental health support, right, is currently high as well, you know, aware. About 100 years ago, maybe even less, maybe 50, people thought that human beings were not assets. When they say assets of a company, they say, oh, we have X generators, we have X chairs, we have X number of cars and all that. But forgetting that the elements or the resource that utilizes these things are also more important even than those, you know, physical things. So then companies can spend lots of, you know, billions to buy and furnish an office and, you know, make it comfortable, all right, in the sense of corporate culture. But when it comes to attending to their employees or staff in terms of what drives them, I mean, after work, what else do they do? Or when they come to the office, what is going on at the background? What are they thinking about? Are they worried? Do they have a sick mom at home and all that? And how does that impact their overall output? So there was a shift or a rising in that mental health consciousness. So now we have mental health first aid, like one of the certifications offered by SEC Africa, to enable not only employers, but even employees to understand themselves and be able to function optimally in any working environment. So the demand for mental health support and work-life balance has really surged. So now that has made wellness programs a key factor in attracting top talent. Right? Companies that prioritize wellness are also seen as socially responsible. You know, that also gave back to things like, you know, social entrepreneur, people who feel that, yeah, capitalism has its place, but if allowed to continue to dominate the economic landscape, we may have the dichotomy that exists between the haves and have-nots will continue to widen, because capitalism is about maximizing profit, irrespective of whose us is God or whatever the consequence. But now we have a kind of a transitional bridge where people are now able to identify themselves as social entrepreneur, meaning whatever service they provide, they also want to look at it within the context of the larger ecology. Is it fair to all? Are we fair in our pricing? Are we passionate about the environment? Do we live? Do we care for the environment? Do we leave a footprint based on our activity? Because it's not just the profit. Because if we keep taking the profits and pillage the earth, can we come back tomorrow in 5 years, in 10 years? Will the earth still be there? Will those resources still be available? And so these are the consciousness that has emerged in recent times. Now, if we look at this chart, we look at the projected growth of global corporate wellness market 2020 to 2026. You see a marked difference, and a rising, a marked difference. And sorry, someone's mic is on, please. I don't know who. Okay. So we'll see a marked difference in terms of consciousness and embracing the concept of corporate wellness. All right, from 2020 to 2026. Now, there's a financial benefit of corporate wellness programs. Most industries or most giants or what we call industry giants have long discovered that for sustainability, for corporate sustainability, the need to embrace corporate wellness is highly beneficial. And so they have gone out deliberately to incorporate wellness programs into their corporate culture to ensure that in the next 50 years, minimum, maybe even 100 years, the company continues to function and provide service or goods and services, and therefore begin to continue to enjoy what we can call long-term profit. Because the idea is not just to make profit now, the idea is to make profit consistently. So reducing absenteeism is one of the gains, of course, one of the financial benefits of corporate wellness. Fewer sick days, mental health support, we have decreasing employee turnover, right? Increased job satisfaction. Because one of the intrinsic benefits is an intrinsic value. You can pay staff so much, money, for the services, but if the environment is not integrative, if they don't feel a sense of belonging, as soon as they find somewhere better or where this is offered, they'll move. And so it's important for every organization to have this at the back of their mind that, look, we can provide physical incentive, but we also have to engage them in what you can call intrinsic benefits. So you have enhanced reality like what I started with those Japanese companies. Some of them, the car brands like Toyota and Ford, have been around for so many years, and they are doing well because they've been able to engage their staff, loyalty based on the kind of service or packages that they offer. All right, there's a turnover reduction, up to 25% savings on recruitment and training costs as a result of incorporating corporate wellness programs. Then, of course, the lowering of healthcare costs. It's a very huge area. I remember that when I worked at when I had my stint, within the government sector, I had the privilege to be exposed to the huge cost of healthcare. And on the average, in my office, then I was, working with the former president of Obasanjo. When they send in the bills, when I see the memos come to the table, I marvel. So much in terms of, in figures, billions and billions of naira spent on annual basis on health care costs. And nobody is talking about, or at that time, nobody was talking about preventing. It was one of the cornerstones. It was one of the reasons that the Obasanjo regime decided to establish the Federal Ministry of, under the Federal Ministry of Health, what we call the Federal College of Complementary and Alternative Medicine. I followed that process keenly. I was part of the policy formulation, and today, it's running up and running, but of course, it still needs to gain more acceptability, across board, maybe even in the States. So lowering healthcare costs, preventive care, reduced claims, and cost savings. The impact of wellness programs on key business metrics. It's obvious that absenteeism, as we can see from the chart, and healthcare costs, took the higher margin. I know for a fact, for instance, we are in the rainy season now, in Nigeria, and most employees will tell you, okay, I can't come today because it's raining heavily and the whole place is, is blocked, or they have flood in my area, stuff like this. If companies take into consideration, even as much as where do my staff live, at least a critical mass, where do they live? If they live in Yaya, for instance, I know some companies do that, like, some multinationals like Julius Berger, they provide transportation, they provide buses to convey their staff, to make it easy for them to commute to work. This alone can, ignite their sense of loyalty and commitment and make them stay longer, working with the organization. The health productivity connection. most people, well, like I said, now it's changing. Until now, believe that, well, if a guy comes to work and he has done his best, it doesn't matter if he's stressed or not. Tomorrow morning, same time, he needs to report to work. Now, some organizations, some multinational, some high-level corporate bodies are beginning to look into the aspect of stress as it relates to productivity, and develop. Thankfully, now that we have the internet, develop a kind of hybrid working system. So you can work physically for 3 days, and then the rest 2 days of the week or 3 days of the week, you can work remotely. This will give, cut the staff some slack and enable them to breathe, if you like, input, allow them to, rest a bit and then come back the next week feeling refreshed and more productive. So physical health and energy levels. When companies begin to prioritize how the work environment affects the staff, then they will know, they will discover that with measures put in place, like I'm going to talk about much later, where companies build what they can even call, what they call health areas, or restrooms, or meditation area, or unwinding garden, where they create some they carve out a section of the establishment for staff to go in and rest or meditate or do some form of yoga or mindful practice, so that when they return back when they plug back into the workspace, they are able to perform optimally. Research has even shown that when you take this kind of breaks or disconnection, it helps to increase the creative juices or the creative flow. It helps to, they discovered that some of these timeouts, in quote, helps to unleash aha moments where employees will discover, solutions or answers to puzzling work issues or work challenge. So it's really important that the physical health and energy levels of employees are considered, and measures to improve them are also put in place. Then we have the mental health and focus. Like I said earlier, stress is one of the major issues that reduces employees' productivity. So companies that deliberately, because it has to be deliberate, that deliberately embrace measures or practices or programs, like having a small gym in the office, where people at break can just go in and then do some 30 minutes, bicycle exercise, or just walk on a treadmill. It helps to, distress them, and it helps them to regulate their emotions in a way, and then that improves focus and clarity. The cost of poor health, of course, like I also mentioned before, is so high that some companies, when they look at the aggregate over time, they spend so much money trying to, say, support an ailing staff. If, for instance, a staff goes into or is diagnosed with a chronic illness, it's so much, it takes so much financial toll on the company. And now, if you now have a rising number of staff going down that route, then most times the profits that the company has, amassed over a period of time can easily be depleted. So it's important that these things are understood in this, from this perspective. And of course, absenteeism, long-term impact of chronic illness are things that deeply eat into the profit of any organization. So far, I hope we are all, coming along with me. I don't know if I need to be sure that, just a thumb, any sign will do for me to be sure that I'm not. Yes, I'm good to go. Are we on together?
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, the hidden cost of chronic diseases in the workplace. There's a direct healthcare cost, of course, like I mentioned before, high medical expenses, diabetes, heart disease. I recall that some months ago, well, not directly our staff, the mother of one of our staff suddenly fell ill, and then they called me, and I said, okay, what's the problem? They said they have to rush out to the hospital. As I speak to you, she has been diagnosed for surgery. She has been diagnosed for fibroid, and she needs to undergo surgery. Now, this is something that could have been prevented if, in any case, she's not directly working with us, but because it's one of our, she's a key staff and then the mom of that staff. So I had to rally the board and say, okay, what do we do? Let's look at that. We need to look at this, our medical policy, and see how we can extend, maybe like some government offices will do. Every staff pays a minimal contribution, or make a minimum contribution, monthly, so that when they have emergencies, whether directly or indirectly, we can support them. At least, so if the board is supporting, we are supporting at a level where there's something already on the table, so that we don't have to go all out. And if we have to go all out every time for everyone, then it defeats the purpose, of a good medical policy. So the rising insurance premium, of course, paying insurance premium on healthcare. I was lucky to find someone in the insurance health sector who give us an idea of how we can lower cost in terms of insurance and the best options and all. Now, according to the Center for Disease Control, right, chronic diseases account for 75% of total healthcare costs in the United States. Now, I would have loved to provide data for Nigeria, but we all know, that we're still working on that. As far as data is concerned, the integrity of our data still needs some level of prepping. So I'm just using that of the United States. Also, there's the indirect cost, all right? Reduced productivity, which will also affect profitability, increased absenteeism, which will also affect profitability, turnover and recruitment cost, all right? Turnover, people come in and in 2 months, 3 months, they say, you know what, I got a better offer, I need to leave. Most times, what they're looking for is not about the paycheck. It's about the intrinsic benefits that are provided by the organization. What other benefits can they enjoy? What is their, what's the long-term, medical prospects that they have should things go south? So there's also the long-term financial impact, of course, compounded costs, like I mentioned earlier. Over time, if you have to attend to a good number of employees who have medical issues or challenges, of course, that's going to draw heavily on the profitability of the company, and insurance and compensation claims, of course. So these are all data that I sourced from other developed parts of the world. But I'm sure in the next couple of years, now that we have the Bureau of National Statistics, they are working. I'm sure it will get better. So the role of wellness program, preventive is one of the key. Prevention, of course, is always cheaper than cure, right? Programs that promote healthy eating, for instance. See, I have, when I was in the dealer working with the president, I remember our breakfast comprises of tea, no, not even tea, coffee, donut, meat pie, and all these processed foods. And after about 4 years, the first tenure that we did, I remember when we went for our regular yearly annual medical check, some of my colleagues fell to some, not too terminal, but very serious, ailment, occasioned by the eating habits. I have also discovered in my own research that what you eat and the stress that you accumulate, if they have a synergy, then it's going to be a tough one for you. I was with a guy last night. He's the head of ICT in the Ministry of Trade and Commerce. And he opened up to me that he hasn't been able to sleep for in the last 4 months. And I said, why? I said, because he's been working so hard, he works so late, and he's not been eating well because he feeds on anything, burger, highly processed foods, alcohol, and pop drinks, pop soda, or soda drinks like Coke and all. And I told him that Can I advise you say yes? I say sincerely, if you keep going this route, you're just going to pack up one day. What you eat is as as important as what you do. So eating, regular exercises, and coping ways, or what we can call coping mechanism for stress. These are very important things that you have to incorporate as a lifestyle management practice. So he said, what do I advise him? I said, you need to detox. Let's start from there. You need to detox your body, because to detox your body, all right? Now build a healthy eating regime. Or if you can't do that, if you are busy, if you are very busy as an executive, outsource it. We have companies on TikTok, on Facebook, who are open to helping you plan healthy meals and deliver to your office. You don't have to eat junk, because over time it will catch up with you. All right. So companies that invest in wellness program can see a return on investment, ROI, of minimum of $3 to $6 for every dollar spent, primarily through reduced healthcare costs and improved productivity. Here is a breakdown of healthcare costs attributed to productivity. You can see that when you have collaborative care and you have care as usual, which means, once in a year, you go to the hospital, they check you, and you come back next year, and next year, we have discovered the growth. We discovered the tumor. I was with one of my clients 4 days ago, an elderly person. He sits a lot. He's a director in one of the ministries. And I discovered that he used to come for exercise, and then for a while, he wasn't showing up. So I chatted him up. Say he's been very busy. They will have meetings from 10 a.m. till 4. And we really get up and walk, maybe just for 30 minutes. And, from one meeting to the other, not one, extended meetings. So I told him, sir, you need to really do something about it, because it's going to affect you ultimately. And you're not growing younger. He's over 50. So I ran into him over the last weekend, and he told me he had to go through an operation of hernia. And the doctor told him that it was also precipitated by his long sitting habit. I said, I think I told you this. So currently, the current data says that sitting alone, sitting too much, is as bad, if not twice as bad, as smoking. So when you sit for 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes max, you need to get up, walk around, allow circulation to take place. This is the thing. Allow the body to, recover and reset itself. So it's important that we incorporate all this in our corporate wellness programs deliberately, conscientiously, intentionally. Now, the business case for wellness program is an investment for an average of, like I mentioned before, here you have $3.27 for every dollar spent, right? Companies with wellness programs experience significant return on investment. It's the source that I'm quoting right now. And various studies and research papers also have reported similar findings, highlighting the financial benefits of implementing wellness program in the workplace. All right. So I've mentioned reduce healthcare costs, improve productivity. All right. Improve employee retention, very key. I like what, since SEC Africa, then was SOCA, you discover that Coach Sam and his team, they always have this timeout where Coach Sam will say, we are on retreat. Please don't reach us in the next 3 weeks. We'll not be available. Leave any message, something like this. Some companies don't prioritize that because they don't understand that if, just like a car, if they have to drive a car for 24 hours non-stop, over time, that car will break down. There should be a time of rest and recuperation. That's why retreats and recuperative programs are also important. They are part of the corporate wellness, program. Some companies in America and UK, they've even introduced what they call corporate mindfulness, where after you work for like 2 hours, you take a break and sit for 30 minutes, just doing nothing, doing some breathing exercises or moving your body in a particular way. Yoga has been recommended. As a matter of fact, yoga is now a medication. It's a prescription now. You do 20 minutes of yoga, you get back to work. It increases the blood flow, increasing your oxygen your oxygen assimilation, and then ultimately improves your focus and productivity. All right. Now I'm going to show us some of the top companies, with workplace wellness programs, and you can easily tell because their productivity or their strides in the industry is well pronounced. Right. I'll start with the first one, Facebook. I mean, look at the office. I want you to look at the office. This is not a conventional office where you have brick and mortar, the space is squared, and the lighting is poor, because these are all attributes of a wellness space or a wellness corporate environment, or a corporate environment wellness policy. If you look, you can see how they've incorporated plants into the in the environment. That will also increase the oxygen volume, and that will help them distress, because as you breathe out carbon dioxide, the plants will absorb them, and as you take in oxygen, and the plants give out oxygen, which you take in, all right, and you give out carbon dioxide, the plants absorb that. So that enables the environment to be less stressful in terms of quality of air, quality. And then you can look at the way the place is lighted up. Most times, what they've done is to amplify natural lights. It's not so much of artificial light. You can see that there are glasses, there are areas where sun can just come in as much as it can, and then enhance the mental and emotional spaces of the employees. Now, Facebook campus, of course, that's what they call it. There are fitness facilities provided for employees. So at the same time, of course, they also try to reduce the carbon footprint by using, biodegradable materials in the office and stuff like this. Now, look at Google. Google is another company. If you look at this diagram, you can see the biophilic incorporation. Biophilia is where you bring in plants or nature into the space. It can be in your house, in the home. You can have a biophilic, home where you have live plants. That's something that needs to be emphasized. Most times you go somewhere, you see them with plastic plants and all those things. It's not really, it's good. It's good aesthetically, but the health benefit is more, all right, when you use live plants or indoor plants, if you like. So Google also has done that, and they also offer a program called GFit, all right, which includes fitness centers, healthy meal options, and stress management workshops, all right. So the last one is the LinkedIn. I mean, look at the space. The incorporation of wood lining, all right, also helps, because wood is closer to nature than brick. And so incorporating all these, it gives the feeling of a healing environment. And anybody who comes there can feel that sense of, peace, equanimity, balance, relaxation. So at LinkedIn, their workplace programs are based on 6 key principles, which they refer to as 6 tenets of wellness: thoughts, breathing, nutrition, movement, rest, and hydration. All right. So finally, these case studies illustrate how well structured corporate wellness programs can yield substantial financial returns while simultaneously enhancing employees' health and engagement. So this is my short presentation. I wanted you to just have an idea of what it means to embrace corporate wellness and how it can also impact profitability. Obviously, if these things are done deliberately, the business can not only be sustainable, it will also generate profit sustainably, and you can always take that to the bank, as they used to say. So I think I'll leave room for question and answer if Ms. Judah approves. Yes.
Thank you very much for this. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. You're
First
welcome.
question is, where can people reach you? Let's start with that so we get that out of the way. Where can people reach you and reach you?
Thank you so much, Mr. Wayo. I follow you. Just a minute, madam. I just saw Mr. Wayo's. I follow you so much. I love what you are doing, the speaking thing you are doing, and really, really is impressive. Funny enough, I was a Toastmaster way back, 2003, I think, yes, in Abuja, where we created the first Toastmaster called the City, Abuja City something, I can't remember, so it was a long time ago, but then it didn't kick off well, so we left, but I'm happy. When one of these days, I'll be honored to attend, come around and be coached by you, because speaking is one of the things that you can't run away from, So, Ms. Judah, like you mentioned, I can be reached I'm on Facebook, Claire Online. Claire means Center for Lifestyle Enhancement and Reengineering. Claire, Center for Lifestyle Enhancement and Reengineering. Claire was born out of the inspiration that I got from Dr. Sam Obafemi, just so you know. Yeah, and Claire warehouses our programs like yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, stress management, and we service corporate bodies, banks, and other hotels. Currently we have clients that we service. We provide these services to them, and we have seen remarkable growth in terms of human resource, in terms of reduced cost of reduced medical costs also. Thank you so much, Ms.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm
able to take questions. Yeah.
Yes, when you were speaking, I kept saying, wow, this is a lot. When you talked about wellness and the environment and the fact that some people don't even stand up, they just sit down for the whole day. I am guilty of that. I'm guilty of sitting. And I think
please check that.
Yes, and I think it's also as a result of culturally, we as Nigerians, we value hard work. So you want to be seen as a person that is not lazy, that is and we brag with, oh, I'm going for an hustle culture, which is what you're also promoting, where we don't rely on hustling 24/7 and brag about how our lifestyle is unhealthy, but how we
hard we're working.
Yes, exactly. I said some people are working hard or hardly working, simple because you are so overwhelmed to focus and you are chasing busy, but you're not getting results. So from what you're talking
about,
you're
chasing busy, but you're not getting. Yeah.
So you're busy being busy is what I call it, and you're not getting results. So from what I'm hearing from you today, it's about understanding that we are, we should master our body, but take care of the body that we have. We can't our body first of all. But we also talked about stress management. In highly stressful situations, is it possible to manage stress?
Yes, it is. It's very possible.
Listen, okay, yes, I would like to hear.
Yeah, I've worked with CEOs who are what I call in highly stressed environment, but by their schedule alone. Yeah. So what we did is to look at their workflow. What did they do and how did they do it? And then now we design. Because for everyone, it is different based on their work schedule. But the thing is, first, there must be the awareness and the deliberate or the intentionality to want to do this. Because if you don't, you won't be able to commit. I mean, you won't commit to it. That's one. Secondly, we also help companies to design programs and then plug it in so that we become the monitor, if you like, or a consultant, so that we monitor from time to time. We check, they say, okay, in the last 1 week, have you done your push-ups? Have you done your sit-ups? Have you gone for those walks? Say no, say you have to do it. Because some persons or some people need that kind of support. So it's possible. I mean, I work with 2 presidents. I can tell you when I say stressed, when you say stress, I understand what stress means. I and my colleague will go for annual check and I come out free. And the doctors ask me, what do you do? I work in a stress environment because I understand or understood, and I still understand how to, I develop my coping mechanisms. I develop practices, all right? See, as small as 10 minutes of unplugging from the system, they're doing something meaningful and then coming back. When I say meaningful to you, to your body, to your mind, and then coming back can go a long way. And that 10 minutes that you ignore can cost you a lifetime of ailment when it becomes chronic and terminal. So which will you prefer? 10 minutes break Nobody dies. After, guys, give me 10 minutes. I need to, check in with something. You just go into your closet or the restroom and lock the place, or go to an empty office and do 50 breath work and do 10 jumping jacks, then come back out. That can help. Okay.
True. True. I like that because most people feel, oh, when I finish, I will rest. When I finish, I will
Oh,
rest.
no. Yeah,
Just
that's a delusional. Yes, it will not come. My friend who I was with yesterday is bill now. He's going through it. They said they had to operate him. And I told him, you see, yeah, because you have to do something. See, little things make up whole. If you don't, those drops of water, those 5 minutes of exercise, 5 minutes of breathing. I even told him, take a walk. Just take a walk around your neighborhood, 1 hour,
Yeah.
and then sweat it out. Come back, take a shower. It's better than doing nothing at all.
True.
All right.
True.
When you wake up in the morning, stretch, then mind what you eat. I'm very huge on that. If you eat junk, your body is going to give you junk in terms of output. So you need to eat healthy, mostly organic, all right, and then keep up the activity, because movement is a characteristic of living things. So if you don't move deliberately, consciously, it's just like something waiting to catch up with you.
Okay. I like that. If you don't move, it's just like something waiting to catch up with you. Another thing that I think most people struggle with, I struggle with this. I don't understand it. I'm neurodivergent with autism, so I struggle with certain things. Is breathing. So I don't have set phone to say, oh, breathe and breathe out. So if someone struggles with it, what would be your own advice to someone that says, oh, you said do breath work? What, I'm breathing normally, so what else? What is this extra breath work?
Exactly. Yeah. So when I ask someone, please remember to breathe, like, I'm already breathing. What we have done, what we have discovered, I like when you mentioned the neurodivergent. When I traveled to Canada last year, all through last year I was in Canada, I attended as a yoga expert, I attended a conference of therapists, and we discussed this issue of neurodivergent. How do we attend to them? Using the modalities that we already know. Now, in breathing, the best way to learn how to breathe is to take a look at a baby between 1 and 3 years. How do they breathe? When they take in oxygen, their tummy will rise. When they breathe out, tummy will go down. Look at an adult, it's the reverse. And so we are actually not breathing because we have switched the gears. And so we're not getting the benefit. And that's why we are stressed. Kids can play from morning to midnight except you chase them to bed. Why? Because their breathing system or their energy system is efficient. They are breathing the proper way. You see the belly, pulsating like a dog, like a cat. It's the same way. Animals breathe the same way. They are optimizing their intake of oxygen. So what you need to learn is called embryonic breathing. You can Google it. It's even on YouTube and all that. Just Google it and see. I teach it in my yoga classes. So even executives, when you're stressed, it's because your brain has been hijacked. If you have gone through any of the courses at SECA Africa, like social psychiatry and rest of it, and mental health and anger management, when your brain is hijacked by an emotional signal or a trigger, what you need to do is to deactivate yourself by breathing properly. As simple as just say, hey, wait a minute, let me take a deep breath. Not the way we do it by raising our diaphragm, but by breathing in and then inflating the belly, then breathing out, inflating the belly. Just like a balloon, just like you do with a balloon. If you can do that, do 50 in and out, what we call 50 breath or breath count. Suddenly, your system becomes deregulated, or what we can call hyperarousal is deregulated. Your brain says, hey, it's okay, it's fine. We are safe now, because safety is one of the intrinsic things that triggers the human brain. When the brain detects danger, and this danger can mean anything. It could mean you're looking at your screen and then something pops up, somebody is kidnapped, or there's an accident. It triggers a part of your brain that says, oh, this is not safe. Not just that it's not safe from what you see, but it can trigger even a memory of you not being safe at the time in the past. And so all these things can be regulated or can be managed, let me put it this way, when you learn how to breathe properly. When you breathe in, belly will rise. When you breathe out, belly will go in. You can check it out or meet a certified yoga instructor. You know, show you how to recover, how to breathe. You need to get back to that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I think you should have a podcast where you're just speaking to business owners on the things we need to do, because as entrepreneurs, you're
seriously.
aware of people are. You're doing every single thing. So it's difficult for you to actually take time for yourself. But like you said, that 10 minutes can save you 100 hours when you just take time off, step away and teach your body how to rest, because we don't know how to rest. So thank you so much, Mr. Femi Johnson, for today's
You're welcome.
amazing session. I think it was fantastic for us to learn something different. I have the pleasure of inviting someone else on stage now. So now that we have gone into this time, Mr. Femi, please, could you stop sharing your screen? We're going to be hearing from about a short review of marketing without a budget and brand community mastermind. So OBK Chima, are you here, or is Stella, who is coming from your team to talk about that?
I will do that now.
Okay, welcome back. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes,
thank
you've got.
you for the
Yes. So after that, we're going to have Fiona Kirabo coming on stage, but let's start with you, Chima. The floor is yours. Sorry, Femi, could you stop sharing screen?
My apologies. I will share my screen in the next Pan-African webinar.
Okay. So someone is sharing now, so you won't be.
Okay.
All right. I think I can stop you. I have stopped it. Okay. Oh no, I haven't. Please, could you stop sharing so that Chima will be able to share? Fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Coach Femi. I was listening to your presentation, and one thing keeps coming up in my head: health is wealth. Health is wealth. Health is wealth. We really cannot detach those two components of life. Health is wealth. As much as the body may be there, if the health is not there, there's still the presence of bankruptcy. And it kind of helped me to reevaluate some of the things I do. For the past 2 years, 3 years, yes, it has been a consistent attitude or something I do every morning to always take water before I do anything. So once I'm getting out of the bed and I'm going for a glass of water, I'm taking water. And if I'm going to get out of the house, I'm taking water. So I've done that, and I've discovered that it has really helped me. I was looking at my pictures for the past 5 years, and you could just see they're just similar. And I'm wondering, what is it that I'm eating that the pictures are just the same? And I'm wondering, but you're adding an age and it's not showing your face. Those little things count. We really cannot detach ourselves from those small steps. Thank you so much. And one thing you also emphasized was the need for having a support system, just like Claire is doing for corporate bodies. That support system, that fall back, maybe an organization or someone, you can always say, hey, help me, keep me accountable to some of the things I do, some of the things I eat, some of the healthy lifestyles I have embarked on. And if you flip that in the business world, you always see business coaches do that, helping their clients stay on track, helping their clients, keep their focus on it, being that supportive system and all of that. And it is something we've always done at SECA, helping creating communities around several topical issues or soft structures or concepts in order to make sure that members of our community keep getting better and keep becoming bigger at what they do. And whether it's through courses or through books or through learning materials, the goal is still the same, helping you become better. And if you look at what Coach has done recently with Marketing Without a Budget and Brand Community Mastermind, you just see that also play out. The ability that businesses really cannot do much if you don't have that supportive system. You know, some may call it accountability group, others may call it a community, whichever name you give it. It's about helping your brand, stay steady, stay steady, get it deeply rooted, and also ensuring that you have that people that can always help push your brand to the next level. And he has always said that repeatedly, brand community is not something you run away from. If that idea or concept to become better. Yes, the brand community masterclass will be coming up 21st, but apart from that, there's that consciousness he has always wanted. I'm not really saying that everybody here should be in that class, even though I would have loved everybody to be in the class. But just in case you were not able to make it to the class, endeavor to that you have that mindset that brand community is important. Every of our coaches have always alluded to that concept, the concept of brand community. And really cannot do that if you don't have a tool, a very tested and trusted tool. Some uses chat, but the Octopus has always, given several resources that will help. Just like Marketing Without a Budget, it's a very powerful tool. When you combine the Marketing Without a Budget with the class and brand community, I'm not sure your business will not hit 6 figures. No, it's not possible. So it's something you may have to also think about. Marketing Without a Budget is 10,000, and I'm sure everybody that has read that book has experienced that. Aha, this is actually what I need. So you too need to experience that. Um, it is something that you have to consider, and I'm sure that you will hit us up. You can send us an email. You can send me a WhatsApp message, whichever way. Ensure that you have this two important resource in your library, in your learning book. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MK, for sharing with us all about Marketing Without Budget. And I think it's wonderful when we have resources that we can use, or sometimes we have these resources, we don't just use them. And this is a book that we have to all study, not just read. And it's not just about reading from cover to cover, but actually studying it and applying what we have learned from it. And it's remarkable that we have these resources and an opportunity as a community to come together, because we're building a tribe where we're not in competition with each other, but we're learning to collaborate with each other. And I like the fact that that is what the Octopus stands for, and that's what Seka Africa has always preached. So without further ado, I would like to bring my next speaker in. And while she's coming on board, I think we should all do a stretch because we'll be sitting down. So this time we don't get away from our computers. But as Coach Femi has told us, we shouldn't sit down for so long. So I'm going to stand up, and I'm waiting for the last speaker to join us, and that is Fiona Karibo. So she will soon join us, and then we will take it from there. Okay, yes, it's 1:15 p.m. It's supposed to start. She's supposed to come on board 1:15, and she'll be ready by that time. Okay, so let's do a little bit of a stretch. So when it comes to stretching, I don't know if Coach Femi is still with us and he can tell us what we need to do now that everybody is sitting in front of their system. You've told us about breathing. You've told us about it's a simple stretch. So I'm going to put you on the spot. Is that okay with you?
Okay. Yeah, fine. Fine.
Okay, I'm going to spotlight you, and there we can take it from there. So once your camera is on, I should be able to spotlight you. Fantastic. All right, so if we are doing something at home from the comfort of our homes as entrepreneurs or people that don't really go out, and if it's someone that works in an office, what are certain things that we can do in 10, 15 minutes that can help us to get back in the zone?
Good. Good. One of the first thing to do is to get up, right, from sitting down. Get up, walk back and forth. If you're in a room, right, get up, back and forth. First time, walk slowly, 1, 2, 3, get to the end of the walk, come back, and then now increase the tempo. So you can increase tempo like 3 levels, level 1, level 2, level 3, okay? Then stop. When you stop, stop. When you stop, just hold on, breathe in and out, breathe in and out, 5, 10, and then you can do, if you have space, you can do a bit of jumping jacks. I don't know if any of us know, jump up, clap your hand, and come back down. Do that, right? Jump up, come down, touch, all right? If you've done that already, okay, are you with me? So if you've done that already, up, oh yes, so jump up, yeah, that's it, I like that. Just go back, and then so you do the jumping jack, you can do 10 or whatever, and then after the 10th, you stop. And then on the spot, you do a kind of what we call instant running. So you just go on the spot, make a fast movement with your feet, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, then you stop. All right. That will keep the heart working, blood flowing, circulation improved. And then you can now, while standing, go back to the breath.
Oh,
go
fantastic.
back to the breath. So, yeah. So it's just a little stimulation that will, trigger the body to move into, what we call a higher state of homeostasis. So if you don't do anything at all, the body will just continue to move at the same pace. Okay, so that walking back and forth, and do a bit of jumping jack, just something small. It's okay, and then you do the breathing, because the breath is very important. The breath is the bridge between the mind and the body. That's why it's very important. So. Okay. You got to know how to breathe. Like I said, you can place your hand on your abdomen and then ensure that you can do that ballonic breathing, or what we call embryonic breathing. Belly will rise when you inhale. Belly will go in when you exhale. Belly will rise when you inhale. Belly will go in when you exhale. Now, finally, to distress yourself instantly, you make it fast, like this. Right? You make it fast. So when you do that, you arrest all manner of tension in the system and then dissolve them. And then you relax and then breathe softly. All right. I'm sure that will help.
All right. I've got 2 questions now. So I know something we've heard is breathe in through the nose and breathe out through the mouth.
Yes. Thank you for asking.
Yes.
Thank you. The idea to breathe in through the nose and breathe out through the mouth is when you have a hijack, when you run into a panic mode. All right.
Okay.
So yeah, because when you run into a panic mode and your brain is hijacked, your ability to take in oxygen is hampered.
Okay.
That's why so you can just do a little. So breathing out is because now the carbon dioxide, right? You can push it out forcefully. That's why it's advised that when you have a hijack, all right. However, for you to maintain a balance between your sympathetic and parasympathetic, the natural breathing, where the nose does the breathing in and out, and your mouth is closed.
Oh, okay.
That's the difference. Your nose does the in and out. You breathe through the nose, in. You breathe out through the nose. Close the mouth. Why? As you take in oxygen, the air that comes through your nostrils are filtered. 1. 2, they are warmed, so they take texture. Okay. That is what your body needs for sustainability. But when you are in a panic mode, maybe anger, panic mode, maybe sad news, anything that has to do with the kind of hijacking that you can do, that will give you instant reconnection. That if you really need to do it at work, you're stressed, do the in and out breathing through the nose only. That will be sufficient.
Okay. And why is it that sometimes you're told to hold the breath and then exhale forcefully?
Exactly. It's also the same thing, is to calibrate the tonal, what we call the vagal tone. The vagal tone is the longest network in the body that connects to all the extremes of the body. And so it's like a signal cable. So when you are stressed or when you have onset of stress and you breathe in and hold the breath, the vagal tone is activated. Then you breathe out, then it down regulates the entire body. So it's a technique also for regulating emotion.
Okay.
You know, that's why somebody who is crying, maybe having had terrible news, when they go up this way, and then sometimes the body vibrates. That's the vagal tone or the vagal nerve trying to regulate itself, trying to assuage your emotions. So it's a technique. Breath in breathing and retaining of breath before you breathe out helps to address wherever, because sometimes if you do in and out, you can bypass some emotions, some blockades, some luggages, some baggages. But when you hold the breath, the body, the mind arrests every part of the body. Particularly what we call the fascia, F-A-S-C-I-A. That's the tensional network that surrounds the entire body and is layered under the skin. Or there's a superficial one, and then there's intravenous ones. Now, they are the ones that will suddenly collapse inward. And when they collapse inward, the organs will obey, they'll follow suit. And then there's a sense of general relaxation that washes over you mentally. First biologically, then mentally. So breath work is a bit of things you need to learn: how to breathe properly, how to retain the breath, how to use the breath. It's a body of knowledge. But again, what we have shared today is a good place to start.
All right. Okay, which brings me, thank you for that. Which brings me to my next question. Sometimes some people say, oh, you're tensed. Release.
Yes.
So
Yes.
the response is, I don't understand what you're saying. Like your body
Yes.
is to please talk to us about that. When we tense our body.
So thank you. Yeah. One of the ways you know you are stressed, well, is your physiology. You can't frown and be relaxed. They don't work together, right? So yeah, so your physiology, once you squeeze, look at me, once I squeeze my eyebrow like this, I'm already stressed. If I do this, I'm also stressed. If I do that, I'm also stressed. Anything that constricts your physiology, your body goes into a stress mode. Or, because now there's a tension. So tension and stress can be used interchangeably. So if somebody touches you and feels a heaviness, it means you are stressed. I'll bet you are not conscious of it. So you may not be conscious. Stress is so silent, it's energetic, such that you may not even know. For instance, the way you were sitting, like I said, relax your shoulder. Relax your shoulder. Exactly. See, until I mentioned it, you were not conscious that your shoulders were not relaxed.
Yeah, because my
so
hand
I
is on
have
the
brought it to your exactly. So exactly. So you see, I have just created an awareness, and then suddenly you are okay. So there you go. Relax your jaw. Yeah. So sometimes we are unconscious about it. We're not conscious of the tension that we hold because we are trying to express ourselves, in the outer world. So that's why mindfulness is a very key thing to learn as an individual or as a corporate body. Mindfulness, being aware of yourself, perception, that's what they call it, in space. We give it up because we are focused on something outside. So we give it up. We don't know. Or we forget.
Proprioception. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Because when I got autism, that's what they told me.
Yes, proprioception. Oh, they told you, right?
Yeah, so you said there's the internal one and the external one. So when I don't realize I'm hungry, realize I'm tired, especially when I forget it, nothing else. So it's so I'm having to discipline myself. And then one thing I realize is rest has to be scheduled. I can't just wish I would rest. I can't just say I will rest. So I started scheduling rest.
Yes.
So I'm taking a break. I then use weighted blankets. I don't have a choice. So once I storing and still the weighted blankets, putting cues in place. So what do you say about others? Because even neurodivergent and neurotypical, what cues can they put in remind themselves to actually
You know,
take rest.
yes, yeah, for neurodivergent, it has to be, it has to be what we call personal, person specific.
Yeah.
I don't want to use the word spectrum. Yeah, I don't want to use spectrum specific. It has to
Yeah.
be, yeah, it has to be person specific. So that's why you engage with them and say, okay, how do you feel when you want to do this? Your tactile, for instance, your tactile ability, your tactile intelligence, your interoceptive intelligence, your extroceptive intelligence will determine what modality will work best for you.
True.
Do you see? So
Yes.
exactly. So there's no one size fits all. Therefore, the typical, they are typical. Anything, as long as you can just sit quietly. The thing, let me give you a key. The thing is the intention. The intentionality creates the experience. If you now know that, I need to rest. Yeah, the intentionality creates the experience. The moment you realize that, oh, I need to rest, suddenly, then you begin to ask yourself, I need to do this to rest. But if you don't intentionally want to do it, your subconscious will always drive. It will drive everything you're doing, drive your actions, and then also drive the consequence, because at the end of the day, you now feel tired and exhausted, and that's where you are. So we can only say that practices of mindfulness, just have the intention that I want to focus on what's going on with myself, what's going on inside my body. How am I feeling? How is my feet feeling on the floor? All right. That intention, that proprioceptive intelligence, or that tactile awareness. The chair you're sitting on now, how is it feeling on your skin or your body? How am I feeling it? Those are the things that will help you amplify your awareness.
True.
And then you now determine your modality for coping with stress, so that anytime you are stressed, you just go to that place.
Yeah.
Some people, it could be water, just drinking water. Some people, it could be, taking a walk. Some people, it could be music. They just listen to some kind of music and they just say, oh, wow, I feel better. So that's why I say it's not one size fits all.
Yes, because for me, I realized that I have blankets everywhere in my house before I even got diagnosed. So I have to have a soft blanket around at every point in time. So I know that drinking water seems to be relaxing, especially when the water is not room temperature, it's not cold. So I have my water at a specific temperature. So it helps me with my steaming, with my this, and I'm learning to unmask. Because even people that are neurotypicals also wear masks all the time. And it's not easy to remove that mask when you're not even aware that you're masking. You don't even know what masking is about.
So that's the thing. That's the thing. Awareness. Yes. Because if you don't know, you don't know you have a mask on. How will you know whether you need to remove it or not? You don't even know. You're not aware. So awareness, that's what I like about what SAC Africa is doing, the engagement, the education, putting it out there. Now people know, oh, mental awareness, oh, mental health, oh, emotional intelligence, oh, emotional regulation, emotional agility, cultural agility. If you don't know these things, you probably, oh, that's where I am. Me, I'm just like this. That's not who you are.
And it also helps you understand your team.
Exactly. So you see, thank you for saying that. Yes.
Because I have someone that struggles with executive functioning. So after a while, putting out through all this, I am like, you actually struggle with executive function. And she's like, oh, no, I function properly. Then I'm like, okay, go and study it. Starts with awareness first. And I always say, awareness is not enough. You know that you're someone that doesn't stand up. You're aware, but you're not doing anything. So what are you in denial? So I always go from awareness to acceptance. So as an entrepreneur, what I call a DIY entrepreneur, you're aware of who you are, but you're accepting who you are. And most DIY entrepreneurs accept it because they're like, the work has to be done, the work has to be done. And then it now goes to action. What's the action plan that you're taking? So everything you're saying is just coming full circle for me as someone that coaches other entrepreneurs. I coach both neurotypicals and neurodivergents. But it's amazing. Thank you for coming on the hot seat for 15 extra minutes.
So
I love it. Thank you so much for that. And we're going to bring our next. You're welcome. We're going to bring our next speaker. And admin, please, can you make Lighted World a co-host? So that when Fiona starts, they are a co-host. So please, could you help me do that? And Fiona, are you are you ready? Can we see if your mic and your camera are working? Okay, Lighted World is a co-host. So what am I spotlighting, Fiona or Lighted World? If you're speaking, you're muted, so I can't hear either of you. And Lighted World, your audio is actually not connected. So Fiona Kirabo, Light, could you unmute and come on camera? Hello? Okay. So Fiona will be joining us in a couple of minutes. So we're just going to do a mic check and just I think I did get quite a lot, learned quite a lot from Coach Femi. I think it's wonderful when we realize that subconsciously we are putting ourselves through stress. And when you have identified that, it's about making informed decisions based on knowledge. There's quite a lot of information out there, but you want to get the right information. So you could reach out to Coach Femi for guidance, especially as entrepreneurs. We could have conversations on things that we can do better as individuals and how we can support each other as a team. I'm someone that when it comes to content and settings, when I see people are going the wrong way, I kind of try and reel them in, or when it comes to productivity, because what I do as a productivity coach is hold people accountable on the habits that they need to have to avoid procrastination or to even become the best version of themselves. Because what we need in this competitive world is to be able to build brands that stand out. So some of us do need rebranding, some of us need refreshing, but most importantly, some of us need to show up as who we are, as our authentic self. And we cannot show up as our authentic self if we are not connected to the authentic person that we are. So one thing I took away from this lesson, and other people could share in the comments while we wait for our next speaker, what they took away from the lesson. Listen to your body. Everybody is different. It's not a one size fits all thing, but listen to your body. Move your body. Don't keep still all the time. Move your body because it has health risk. Get checked regularly. Take care of your body. Get checked so you know what is wrong. It's not about praying certain things away, but it's about understanding how your body works or how your body is working, especially as we go older. Regular health checks. Some people do annual, some people do every 6 months. Do what fits your pocket. And if you have a team, no matter how small they are, try and make sure they are also getting the rest that they need. Rest is not about having 24 hours to shut down completely. Rest is unplugging consistently so that you build up that mindset that you can shut down and move forward. And without further ado, I would like to bring the next speaker on stage. Yes, our camera is on and I'm loving her background already. So I'm going to ask her to unmute and then I will introduce her. And good afternoon, Fiona. Let's see your mic. Okay, there is you have a Scott system in the
Sorry,
same.
is it better now?
Yes, 100% better. Oh, it's coming back. So the question I was asking is somebody else on a call in this in the same room? If the person can go into another room, the echo will go.
Yes, they've turned off their gadgets. Are they off? Is it better now? Do we still have feedback? Sorry about that.
No, we don't have feedback anymore. We're good. So welcome on board.
Thank you.
How are you doing today? It's a pleasure to have you. So when I saw the name, I was like, Kirabo. I was like, where are you from? I was like, oh, I pronounced the name properly. That's what I always want to pronounce people's names properly. How do I pronounce your name?
The first try was, typical of people that are not familiar with the name, which is understandable. But the second time you actually got it. So the first time, a lot of people pronounce it as Karibu or Kari, something. But the second time you say Chirabo or something along those lines. So it's actually Chirabo. It's a native name. It means a gift. But because it's a local, so the K is not K for English. It's instead Chi, like how you would write CHI, but it's Chirabo.
Oh, what state is that from?
From a state in East Africa. I'm from Uganda, so That's where
Uganda.
it's from.
Okay, Chirabo. Chirabo. Thank you so much for joining us today. So I'm just going to read your profile a bit, then I will leave the floor for you. So Fiona is a therapist and a life coach, an entrepreneur, and a media personality. She has over 11 years experience in presenting, producing, and directing. 8 years in the business industry, in the beauty industry rather, and 5 years in psychotherapy, 2 years in leadership and self-development. As a we love a multi-potential queen. Fiona serves as an advisor. 1 second. Let me unmute someone. Mute someone rather. Fiona serves as an advisor to a leading leadership hub in Abuja, as well as accounts and logistics head and advisor therapist for Miriam Gofon Women and Children's Foundation. She's the founder of several organizations, including Lighted World International, a body that offers counseling, therapy, coaching, and training to individuals, families, and organizations in different areas of life to achieve a meaningful and purposeful existence. Silent Minds Healing Up, a safe place for people struggling with depression, trauma, and other mental health challenges. Jesus Loves You Foundation, an initiative helping women and children without covering that are in need, and Fiona Beauty Secrets, amongst other businesses. So welcome today, a woman that is versatile in her skill sets. She's a TV and movie production, presentation, acting, and script writing, directing, and business development management, counseling, therapy, leadership, personal development, training, and coaching in areas such as faith, mental health, leadership, purpose, and family relationship. So please join me in welcoming Fiona Chirabo. And someone said they got it that you were from Uganda. So welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, DK Jonah. Thank you so much for introducing me. That was such a long introduction. I don't know why we had such a long introduction.
Well, you know all you do. So welcome. All right. So I always ask a question before I get started. Why media? So let's start. Why did you go into the media? That's what I'm curious about that.
That's actually a good question. How did I get into media? So I think, I don't know. I didn't see myself work in media. I grew up as a very shy person. And I wasn't also exposed to people that are in this industry or people that have done this type of work. So I don't know where it came from. But I think at the age of 17, I just got an opportunity I was placed on TV with no dream. I didn't think I would ever work on TV. I didn't think, but someone just gave me an opportunity and placed me on TV. And I think that's where my media journey started.
Awesome. I like that. I'm also an introvert that fell in love with media later, but I had no idea what to do. So it's always wonderful hearing from fellow introvert. So without further ado, the floor is yours and we're back.
Okay, I think someone is asking what my topic is. My topic, I'm going to be sharing on pains of leadership. Pains of leadership. But let's just be sure. Let's just be sure that everyone can hear me. If you can hear me, if you can see me, please, first of all, let everyone know we're here. Send them links. You probably have leaders that have gone through some sort of pain, that have gone through some sort of hurdles, challenges, different experiences on the journey of leadership. And I believe we're all leaders in some form of way. You're a leader probably as a firstborn, you're a leader as a secondborn that has people that are following you, you're a leader in an organization, you're a top leader, we're all leaders, or we get to lead someone. That's something I always say. So I think today's topic is for lots and lots of people. So first of all, I welcome each and everyone that is here. If you had the link to this meeting, I would encourage that you also invite someone else, because you don't know who needs it. All right. And I would also please let me know if you can hear me and if you can see me clearly. If you can hear me, just type 1. If you can hear me, type 1. If you can hear me, type 1. Okay. Okay, I see Joyce says she can hear me. Oh, okay, Coach Benjamin says Uganda, I knew it. You're welcome, sir. Okay, I see. Okay, great. I see. You know, I hope I don't murder names, really, God help me. But I see MT Adeniran says, hi, Fiona, you're welcome. From Abia asked what my topic was. It's on pains of leadership. So invite all the leaders that need to be here, send them the links, tell them we're live, go to your group, send the links and tell them to join this meeting. All right, a lot of people can hear me. Thank you so much for that. So my name, like I was introduced earlier, is Fiona Chirabo. I think that's what's most important. I don't know why I don't see any faces. Can we have some of our videos on? Just so I'm sure I'm not the only one that is here. Anyone cares to keep me company? Okay, thank you, DK. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Adeniran. Good to see you. Yes, let's have our videos on. It's okay if you're in your bedroom. It's okay if you're in the kitchen. It's okay if you're in transit. I can see Joyce, more videos, more videos. Let me see some faces. Keep me some company, all right? Okay. Thank you. I trust more people are putting their videos on. So you're welcome. My name is Fiona Chirabo, and I am the founder of Lighted World International. It's an organization that helps people live meaningful and purposeful lives. And how do we do that? We do that through coaching. We do that through offering people therapy, because we believe if you are not healed, you can't fulfill your purpose. You can't become who you're supposed to be. You're not even the person you think you are. You're not. So obviously you're self-sabotaging, or you're sabotaging relationships, or you're just sabotaging jobs, work, business, all the things you get to do because you're struggling from pain that is within you. So we believe therapy is a great tool to help people live meaningful and purposeful lives. All right. I'm also a trainer and I do different things. And we have a course where we train people to gain a better understanding of God, themselves, and their purpose. We call it GYP, God, you, and purpose. It's not enough that you know God. And most people just know about God, but they don't know the person. So we kind of help people come into a practical experience, come into a personal relationship and deeper intimacy with God directly, you know. So you don't always have to rely just on your pastors or just on your spiritual leaders or just on your mom who prays for you. You know how we always say, my mom is praying for me. You know, I have a brother that is a pastor praying for me. Now you can actually access God yourself. And that's what we get to do. We also help people learn on their mental health, who you are, your identity, what trauma has done to you, what coping mechanisms, you know, have done to you, what upbringing has done to you, personality, and all these things to help you understand yourself better so you can give us the best version of yourself. And then also we now help you discover your purpose, that which you are created to do. A lot of times we are unfulfilled. And the reason why we are unfulfilled is because we are doing things that we were not assigned to do. For example, the chair I'm seated on was created with a purpose for it to be sat on. If you now get a table and use it as a table, if you now get a chair and use it as a table, it will be uncomfortable for both you, the user, and the chair. That's what some of us are. That's what's going on with some of us. Okay? Our purposes are different, but the world is using you for things you were not supposed to do. Now you're wondering why you're very uncomfortable. Now you're wondering why you're overwhelmed. Now you're questioning, why am I even here? Now you are suicidal. You're getting into relationships and now people are not seeing your value. You're wondering why. That's because what you were created to do, or that which the purpose you were created to fulfill, is not what you're actually doing. So that's what we get to do. That's what Lighted World is all about. But we have that training that happens, I think, twice in a year. And it's an 8 weeks program, which is currently going. Registration is done. But those are some of the things we do. Okay? So I just want to get to know you in the comment sections, even while we get into the pains of leadership. Just let me know, who are you? Where are you from? Just write us in the comment section. What's your name? Where are you logging in from? All right? And maybe you can also add what you do. Okay, but as we do that, let's start sharing the slides while I get to meet some people. I'm not seeing any comments in the comment. Are you people with me? If you're with me, let me know you're with me by telling me your name. I saw Coach Stella. Coach Stella, I want to see your face. I would love to see your face. Yes. Yes, I feel backed up seeing you. All right. But I don't see any comments. Who are we? I see Elizabeth. I see Joyce. I see, OBK. I see, oh my God, my coach is here. Yeah. I love you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for who you are. Thank you for who you are to all of us. I'm grateful for you. You know how much I love you, so I can't help it. Sometimes I just want to compose myself. But, I love you so much, and I don't take you for granted. Thank you for being here. Thank you for
all you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. You are not talking to me. Are you keeping? Okay, we have comments. Sorry. I see Elizabeth Adams saying she's logging in from Abuja. She's a human resource manager. Good to see you, Elizabeth. I see him from Abia. She says, I'm a woman joining from Miami, Florida. I create content on social media. Good to meet you, Inform. In fact, I'd love to know more about how you get to do that. So maybe after the call and how that has been for you. Some people are keeping malice with me, Stella. What did I do? All right. We have Tope Adeniran says, Nigeria educator, Yoruba language teacher, parenting coach. I need to learn a Nigerian language. So I don't know if we can work out something. I don't know if Yoruba, I have small, what is Pele? Sorry. I have, what's the other one? Pele, Kilonshele. What is it really? She's also a parenting coach. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. I look forward to whatever I can learn from you all. But thank you. Let's get into my notes. Please hope this becomes lively and engaging. Yes, I see DK also wrote us. She says, DK productivity coach. She's a social media manager coach. I teach people how to use social media. All right. Good to meet you, DK. Oh, you teach people how to use social media. Okay. Maybe we can work out something with my team. We need to know how to make use of social media better because I'm struggling, right? I'm struggling, MT Adeniran says, Lol, you can reach out to learn more. Oh, sure, I would. Thank you so much. Thank you for the hospitality, everyone. Okay, so we're going to get into the slides, but feel free to send that person on your heart this link to join us. They can join on YouTube. They can also join us via Zoom. So we're going to be discussing the pains of leadership, really. And the truth is, like I said, we are all leaders. I know my time is limited, so I would request the admin to help me. I took most of my time trying to, just chat here and there with a few people, but it's all right. So we're going to be discussing on pains of leadership, but I thought it's important for us to understand what leadership is. But before I get into all the technical details about leadership, I want you to know we are all leaders, all right? We are all, leadership is about responsibility to achieve a goal. Leadership is about, I'm going to explain that, but I need you to understand leadership first from the minimal standard. Like I said, I became a leader while I was in my mom's womb, all right? Because I was a firstborn. So automatically I came here and I had to be a leader to the ones that came after me, okay? So I have siblings, so I happen to be a leader. So if you're firstborn, or you are even secondborns, thirdborns, the fact that you have people under you that you can influence, you are a leader, okay? Maybe you're saying, Fiona, I was born alone. I don't have anyone. I don't have younger ones. But you probably have people that work for you. You probably have people that do your laundry, people that open your gate, people you shave or cook, whatever. You have nieces, you have nephews, you have people that look up to you. You are a leader. Leadership is not just about the big titles that we all believe are leaders. No, leadership is the ability to steward that which has been entrusted with you, whether it's resources or people, to achieve a common goal. All right. So you are welcome. Today we'll just get into my slides. Are we ready? Okay. So let's just jump the icebreaker. I wanted us to do an icebreaker, but because of time, let's just move forward to what is leadership. Okay. So leadership is, apologies on that. Okay, so leadership is the ability to harness and coordinate, like I mentioned, to harness and coordinate people's potentials, right? So leadership is about you seeing the potentials in people, just like what Coach Sam does, just like what he is doing, just like what Saka Africa is doing and the OSP team is doing. They see the potential in people. And when they see these potentials, they harness them and they coordinate them. Coordinating is bringing things in order, all right, to achieve a particular goal. So they harness and coordinate people's potentials and people's skills, because sometimes people don't just have potentials, sometimes they also have skills, but they also harness and coordinate resources to achieve a common goal. This is what leadership is about, all right? I also say that leadership is the ability to influence people and resources towards a specific goal. So you're entrusted with monies, you're entrusted with an investment, you're entrusted with shares, you're entrusted with a family, you're entrusted with children, you're entrusted with a team that is working with you. You know, your responsibility as the leader is to influence them to a specific direction. So as a leader, you cannot not have direction. I keep saying, Nigerians say, follow who know road, right? So as a leader, you cannot not know road. You ought to know the road, because you need to show the people that are following you where to go and the purpose. So as a leader, you have to be visionary. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I wanted to discuss something about steps of leadership, just so we understand. And please, if you're with me, I need you to be engaged. I just need this to be an engaging section. Please just keep chatting me up in the comment section. I don't want to feel alone. I told you guys I struggled with being shy. I'm still very shy, you know, my life has brought me here. But so I want to hear from you. I want to know you're with me. I love connections. So please just keep it going. So steps of leadership, for those that are wondering, what is this leadership? How do I know I'm a leader? How do I know I'm a good leader? How do I grow? How do I grow in my leadership to be even a better leader? And what I had here, I wanted us to discuss the 5 steps of leadership, or the 5 levels of leadership, really. And the first level, which is like the minimum level, it doesn't mean you're less of yourself. It only means it's your starting point. So the first level of leadership is positional leadership. This level is the level where you are. This level is where you are just given the position. For example, presidents. When we appoint or when we choose, do we choose? When we vote presidents, right? When we vote presidents, or when they're voted, or when they vote themselves, whatever happens, but when they get into that position, it's past a positional leadership. Because what positional leadership means is we don't know if you're going to deliver. We're just trusting that you would deliver. And this is not just for members of parliament or presidents. This is also with us. How many of us apply for jobs? How many of us apply for jobs? How many of us apply for jobs and we say, oh, I can do this? You will write. In fact, they'll write the CV for you. It's not even your own CV. It's not even exactly who you are. You know, you will say, when I get there, I will wing it. What happens when you get a job? And even if you think you can do it, every time you get into leadership or you're given responsibilities, I need you to know you start on level 1, which is positional leadership. All you have is a position, okay? So you have a position, and that's why you are a leader. Like firstborns, the fact that you came before, or secondborns, or thirdborns, the fact that you have people that are following you, you are first a positional leader. It's what you do after the positional leadership that now takes you to another level, which means a better level of leadership. So let's go to the second one. The second leadership, no, don't move this side. The second level of leadership is relational leadership. This is why you were a leader. So first you got the position. When you get the position, you don't have friends. You don't really have people who believe in you, that know you, apart from maybe the person who gave you the job, appointed you, or maybe you're a business leader just because you had money. So your money appointed you in positional leadership. Or maybe you came from a very wealthy family. So you are a leader first because of that position. The second level you're supposed to attain, you're supposed to attain or try to get to is relational leadership. This is where you are able to exercise people's skills. This is strongly, you have to know how to Interact with people, speak with people, be a blessing to people, receive blessings from people. By blessings, I mean just receive their value, give them your value as well. So, and if you're wondering what are people's skills or how do I do that, Fiona, I have this position, but everyone at my workplace doesn't like me. They're already, doing this. Nobody wants to help me. They want me to leave and all. You probably need to do more or get some coaching or get some trainings on people's skills, how to influence people, how to win friends, how to be relatable. There's an art to being liked. I'm not speaking about the faking and the seeking of validation, but there's an art to being liked. What are you doing? All right. How are you speaking to people? Because even the good book says that whatever we sow, we will reap. What are you sowing? Or what have you been sowing? Because sometimes you are also not a good follower somewhere else where you're being led. But now you want good followership somewhere where you are leading. What are you sowing out there? What are you sowing in other leaders? What are you sowing in people? Human beings, the number one psychological need of every human being. I don't care if it's the president, if it's a cleaner, if it's a beggar on the road, if it's a baby, if it's an old man, the number one psychological need of every human being, and I need you to get this, and I hope my team is writing some of these things in the group, is to be loved. Yes. But I'm at the workplace. Why am I doing love? Why am I involving emotions there? No, the human beings you're working with need love. All right? They need love. Everyone needs to feel loved. Okay? So how do you show that love? It's when you celebrate them when you need to, when you appreciate them for that which you do, when you are be vocal and be intentional with appreciating people. Because a lot of times we don't, especially in leadership, especially in organizations, especially in places where we feel like we have a leverage. Be intentional on appreciating people. Whatever they do one small thing, appreciate them. And appreciation is not thanks or thanks. Appreciation is not thank you. Appreciation is thank you so much. As you can tell, so much adds much. For you then state what they need. And then appreciation, I keep telling people that 3 steps of good gratitude. 1, telling the person thank you for what they did. Then telling the person thank you. Then telling the person what they did, appreciating them for what they did. And then, I'll take that again. The first step is telling the person thank you and for what they did. The second step is telling the person what they did, what it meant to you. So let's say if I tell you thank you for coming, that's me thanking you for what you've done coming. I will now add, it means so much to me, or it has given me, it has motivated me to just spend this time with you. That's me adding what that means to me. Then the third level is you give something back. That's why you see people say, oh, thank you so much for doing this. It meant so much to me, or I appreciate you. God bless you, So just put it here. They've just taken light. We're in Nigeria. No, not that close. So it doesn't. Okay. So that's how you appreciate people. You show them love, you celebrate them, and let me just run so fast. The third level is productivity. So now you go from positional, you now get to relational, where you have people that are supporting you because you're not supposed to do this journey by yourself. Okay. Then we have productivity. This is where your results matter. No matter how much you're relating with people and you have the position, if you're not producing results for that organization, for that business, whether it's in a relationship, at a point, nobody is going to care that much. They will need to lay you off to bring someone that is productive. Okay? To bring someone that is productive. It's just something. To bring someone that is productive. Okay? Then the next level of leadership is reproduction. This is where, as a leader, you're able to reproduce your results. I see that in Coach Sam, with all the things he does, he's able to impact that. He has reproduced coaches. Yes, I know they have their gifts, their skills, their callings, their different things and all, but you get to see a bit of him in most of his people. So that's reproduction as a leader. Because the weight will be so much on you. These are important for you to note, so you can know where you are and the challenges you're facing as a leader and how to overcome them. All right. So reproduction is when you reproduce. That means results can still happen with or without you. Okay. Doesn't mean they should do without you. It only means you now have time to sort of sit. You have people who can do the work, because most of us sometimes we want to keep everything to ourselves. You want to do everything. No, you'll be overwhelmed. You'll be overwhelmed. You can reproduce yourself in people and watch people build exactly what you wanted to build. That's leadership by reproduction. And the last level is really, let's get to the next slide. The last level is legacy. This is where you are just a leader. People just want to use your name. Again, Coach Sam follows this as well. You know, everyone that has had some coaching with him, that has gone through some of, some of his courses, you want to relate with him, not just, well, I don't know if that opportunity is really, because people are different, but apart from just as an opportunist, with all honesty, it's a credible name. Okay, it's a credible name. He has paid his price. So as a leader, you need to attain to a level where this is the leadership level where people are just writing books and people are saying, I read the book of so-and-so and it did this to me. I did this and this. Oh, you don't have to do anything. Your name is replicating by itself. Okay, so let's get into the pains and challenges of leadership. Really briefly. Can I have that gadget? Because I can't read from here clearly. Okay, the pains of leadership. Let me just try to do this. Please, if you can still hear me, and if you're still here, okay, you're here. Okay, I see you, Joyce, I see you. Oh, I see Baba, you're welcome, sir. Good to have you here. I see everyone is still here. Abdullahi, I see you. Irene Shoma, you're welcome. Coach Ceci, good to have you. Moriah, good to have you. Kunle, good to have you. Good to see you. Coach Femi Johnson, good to have you. Coach Dorothy, Mama is here. Mrs. Oh, you're welcome. Good to have you, Mama, here. Or I see Pastor Elijah and Coach Elijah Dodo is also here. You're welcome, sir. I see Vera. You're welcome, everyone. Please, it's not late to invite anyone to join us. Okay, so let's get into the challenges and pains of leadership, because for us to overcome the pains, we also need to know what the challenges are. And like I mentioned, the five levels of leadership, they all come with different challenges. The person in positional leadership is struggling with people don't know what you're going to bring to that table. And very high chances you also don't know what you're going to bring to that table, because it's probably a new challenge. Even if you've done this job, this work, or this assignment before, but you've been promoted, or maybe you're in a different country, or maybe you're in a different organization and you don't know. So some of the pains you're going to struggle with are different. You're going to struggle from low self-esteem. You're going to struggle from doubt. You're going to struggle from criticism. Who does she think she is? She just came. She thinks the person who was here, we will show her Shege, or we'll show him Shege. Whatever, you're going to struggle with a lot of things, all right? So those are some of the pains that you should expect with that position, but it's okay. Okay, you don't blame them. They don't know who you are. That's why leadership is in levels, so you can't prove yourself. Okay. Now, the second, like I mentioned, then productivity is where you will struggle with. I'm just doing this off head. I'm not even going through my notes at the moment, because I think this is just so good. Now, let me use the levels to help some of us. All right, because some of you are saying, hey, God, the trouble I have, are you sure I should continue? Maybe I should just quit this business. Maybe I should just quit this position. You're still on positional leadership. And I'm not scaring you. I'm just saying it's okay. Embrace it, because it comes with, in fact, for some of you, this is going to be healing. For some of you, this is going to be therapeutic. You're going to be like, okay, I get it. Maybe they don't just hate me. Maybe they're not just my village people that sent them. Maybe it's just actually position. They don't know how much I'm here to offer. Or maybe I've just not been relating like I ought to. So for relational leadership, really, you're going to struggle with things like people pleasing, especially if you already have traumatic experiences, if you already have issues, if I have to say that I've not yet healed, you've probably not gone through therapy, or you've just not come into this awakening of the things that happened to you when you were younger, and also you may fall into people pleasing. All right, and people pleasing in leadership is also going to come with disappointments, because sometimes people do not care. Right? People care, but a lot of times when it comes to work and leadership, you hear people say, I only came to work. So a lot of times they're not so invested in your emotions, in your life, in your mental well-being. They just want to, so in relational leadership, that position, you're going to struggle with probably people pleasing, but you're also going to struggle. For introverts like me, I struggled to be social. I still struggle. All right, because Sam and I have spoken about this, and we're still surprised at how God blessed us in these fields, even with how extreme introverts, we can be. I am extremely, I would rather, when I enter into crowds, I want the ground to swallow me. Very bad habit, very bad thing, but it happens, not proud of it. I'm working on it, it's getting better, but I'm just saying, so you will struggle with trying to socialize. Now I can love people. If I get to meet people, I can love on them, I can be, but to meet, if I get anyone, they say, oh, you should go connect, I struggle. So as a leader in relational leadership, your personality will also dictate or will sort of determine how well you do in this position or how you may struggle. But all these are things that you can develop skills. Coaching is available. This platform is for coaches. We had Coach Johnson teaching us, and you saw what he was teaching. So if you see something that he was teaching on and sharing on that you need, that you don't have, go for it. Get him as a coach or come for the trainings. This training is, that's why it is selfish if you've not invited a person here. Okay. But I'm just saying these are some of the things you will experience in that position. Productivity, the pressure is getting worse. All right. Not just worse. The pressure is getting worse because now results don't depend on you. A lot of times we think we know or we think we are good until the demands of that organization you're working for or the people you're working for get higher. Okay. So the chances of you, let me just look through my notes briefly just to see. But anyway, here I wrote that isolation and loneliness. As a leader, you're going to struggle with isolation and loneliness because you know how they say it's lonely at the top. I know they normally say it just to, but with all honesty, it's lonely at the top. It's lonely leading. All right. Statistics show you the number of people that are leading and the number of people that are following. The gap is so huge, it does not make sense. All right. So a lot of people are not exactly working in leadership positions or actively working in leadership positions. That means the ratio of by the people that are being led is so high. So obviously it's going to be lonely. A lot of times people don't know what you're going through. People don't care. Sometimes as leaders, you probably are not approachable. Sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally. So it's going to be sort of lonely. Okay. Leaders also struggle with feeling disconnected from others, which is a part of lonely and isolation. Struggling. They feel disconnected from others due to the weight of responsibilities. A lot of people don't understand. You will work with people, you think they understand, you think they're with you, but they don't really understand. Okay. Yes, please. But they don't really understand. They don't really understand what you're carrying on your shoulders. They don't really know what's going on. So you're going to struggle with that. They will think they do until they get in those positions. Leaders also struggle with self-doubt and imposter syndrome. I shared that earlier. They're always questioning their abilities and feeling like fraud. Go to the next slide. And feeling like fraud. All right. So they always struggle. Is this who I am? Or am I turning out to be someone? They're constantly struggling. Should I keep a macho face just so I can be taken more serious? Should I smile more? But people will think Elizabeth is smiling. Others are struggling with, if I smile more, they're going to, will it not attract see finish? Will it not make them be too familiar that they won't produce results? So leaders are constantly struggling. Who do I need to become to be a better leader? Okay, so I'm sure if you're struggling with any of these things that I mentioned, just drop in the comment section. Let me be sure that I'm in the right room. Okay, and say what you're struggling with as a leader. In fact, let's start dropping them in the comment section. Yes.
We've lost the connection. I don't know if she's still speaking. Well, okay, I'm adding her back to the call. All right.
I'm sorry about that.
Sure.
I think the network kicked me out. Can you all see me and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
You're muted.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank
My
you.
apologies on that. Sorry about that. All right. So the other challenges that leaders get to face is the fear of failure, whether you're starting a business or you're leading somehow, even parents are leaders, I mean to children and all. So the fear of failure, will I raise this child right? Will I lead this woman that is now my wife right? Will I lead my siblings right? Will I lead myself? Because you also have to be your own leader. Right. Will I do this job, this assignment that has been given to me as a president, as a member of parliament, as whatever? Will I lead right? So they're always struggling with failure, and leaders are very self-critical a lot of times. Right? Leaders also struggle with guilt and shame. They always feel responsible for the mistakes of the outcomes. Obviously, how many of you know that a lot of times when maybe you're the leader, if your team does not perform, you, the leader, will be called out? Not because anyone is trying to come against you. It's part of the things that come with leadership. Okay. So other challenges and pains of leadership. Other challenges and pains of leadership are anxiety and stress. Leaders will constantly struggle. This one is common. You're constantly, a lot of leaders, a lot of people don't know, but a lot of leaders, how do I say this? They were pushed into positions. They were pushed into this. So a lot of times they're struggling with anxiety and stress. Can I do this? Is this a good business idea? Can I invest in this? Is this risky? So it's always, am I doing the right thing? Is my team going to perform? Because there are a lot of things that you don't even have control over. But as a leader, it could be part of the pains and challenges you would go through. Emotional exhaustion. This one is huge, where a leader is feeling drained from managing people's emotions and needs. Okay, a lot of times, or number of times, I reach out to, and I'm speaking about Coach someone because he's here, but also because he's like a great influence in my life, especially this season. And sometimes I'm constantly, honestly, not worried, not concerned, yes, but I really care. So sometimes I'm reaching out, Coach, how are you doing? How is this going? Because I know how much burden and weight he has on him. I know how much weight and burden they have on themselves. Coach Stella herself, who is the COO and co-founder of SECA Africa as well. She has a lot that goes in. She has a lot of she's responsible for, and she's very competent as well. I love her, but I also see what it takes because you're handling different people who have different personalities, who do things differently. So as a leader, you're going to struggle with emotional exhaustion. All right. Sometimes people are going to give you attitude, but you still need them to perform. All right. Sometimes the person you need to work with, maybe your core leaders, maybe your core fellow leaders, you just need to get results. Despite a leader has to look beyond their emotions and all these things just to produce results, because leadership is about achieving a common goal. Do you remember? Okay. Other challenges, I'll just go through 2 or 3, then we can go into how to overcome it. Is the loss of personal identity.
A couple of more minutes.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yes, I have it. I've sent the DMs, and then I think that's it. All right, thank you. Okay, just let me know when I have 5 more minutes.
Yes, you do. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
I just received 11 more minutes. Who get this? Okay, that's fine. I thought I had 11 minutes. All right, so I said something. Okay, Court says you're a very kind person, pioneers. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So you get to see that leaders they need this, all right, because they actually get to go through these things. Other challenges, like I said, loss of personal identity, struggling to maintain a sense of yourself outside of your leadership role, okay? Trying to be yourself, trying to be, some leaders want to play, some leaders want to laugh with other people, some leaders don't even want to be social. But because they're leader now, they have to involve themselves with people and all these things. So, kind of struggling with their identity, grief and loss, dealing with the loss of team members. I hope you follow. Dealing with the loss of members. Leaders are the people who get to watch people walk in and leave. Sometimes it's the very people you thought are going to stay with you 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and they get to walk out like it meant nothing. I think leaders actually need therapy. Come to think of it, I know I've done therapy for some leaders, but I mean, not just to think about it, like that's so heartbreaking. They get their hearts broken each and every time. So as a leader, you're probably going through this. All right, betrayal and mistrust. Yes, because leadership. I keep telling people a lot of times when you see a leader, leaders have mutual enemies. No.
All right, guys.
All right, employees or the people under you or a team, a lot of times because the leader is the one up there, the leader, he or she is the one giving orders, he or she is the one saying this, he or she looks, a lot of times the people that are following or the people that are not below them really, it's just, leadership is just stewardship and order. It doesn't make anyone better than anyone. But the people that are below normally feel like they all, how do I explain this? You know how people feel like they have common complaints about a leader. No, that's because you are all, okay, yes, thank you. Okay, tab 6 says that's the issue, how you have to show up to manage people's attitudes, misbehaviors, take responsibility at all, not minding the fact that you are a human being too. This is so relatable, thank you. Honestly, I like that, you know, that can relate, but leaders also struggle with normally the people below them. And I don't know if I'm permitted to take a few extra minutes because I just want to get into overcoming, but I want to say this really. The people below them constantly feel like that leader is the enemy. So they think they're friends. The only reason they're friends, if you get one of them that is below and make them a leader, they too will become an enemy to the people below because it just happens that way, you know. So I just want you to understand, in case you think there's a pile of people or a number of people that seem to not like you, sometimes they don't know better. They think you are the problem, but when they get to that position and carry the weight of everything you're carrying, they will extend you some grace. All right, they will extend you some grace. So don't worry if it looks like, oh, everybody, no, sometimes they just think you are the enemy. Let's go to overcoming these issues. Up to, please just lend me 5 minutes, Tim, if you can. Would appreciate it. My apologies. Okay, so all those things. So let's get into how to overcome. I wrote here and I said, remember, leadership is a challenging journey and it's essential to acknowledge and address these emotional pains to maintain your well-being and effectiveness as a leader. I need you to know this. It's okay, but acknowledge and address the emotional pains, because leaders, a lot of times we think we can't do this, we have this, we've got this. No, sometimes you need a shoulder to lean on, you need a shoulder to cry on, you need to express your emotions. And I'm going to take us through how we can do that while still maintaining our leadership positions. Okay, if you're still with me, please let me know you are with me and you are following. Overcoming pains in leadership. Here I wrote that overcoming pains in leadership requires self-awareness. Very important. You need to know yourself. It requires vulnerability and intentional strategies. And I'm going to be sharing some of them. But why you need to know yourself is because as a leader, you need to know. Okay, thank you. Elizabeth says she's still with me. Please, if you're still with us, let me know. So in overcoming pains, you need to understand. You need to be self-aware. What are the things that trigger you? What are the things that make you angry? What are the things that you don't like? Who are you as a person? What is your personality? What is, okay, I'm introverted. You need to have that information and know, okay, maybe this is why I am shy. Or maybe this is why, okay, no, I'm not really, I don't like people. I like people, but the people who say I just don't like people. So you should know yourself, oh, I don't like people like that. You have to know it for you to be able to treat it. Okay, Joyce says she's still here. Thank you, everyone. So one of the ways that we can overcome these pains in leadership is acknowledging and accepting. Recognize, Vera says she's here. Thank you, everyone. I love the support. You know, leadership should not be lonely. So thank you for the support. So it says, I say here, acknowledge and accept. Recognize and accept your feelings rather than suppressing or denying them. Leaders always want, oh, share good. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the support. Thank you. All right. Thank you. That's what we should do with all our leaders in our organizations, ministries, family, you know, friends. Let's just give them the support. They need it because right now I'm trying to run all my notes. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Coach Elijah. He's here as well. Good to see you, sir. Okay, so as a leader, acknowledge and accept. Recognize and accept your feelings rather than suppressing them. A lot of times leaders feel like because we are leaders, nobody should be. You will die young. You will die young. If you die young, if you don't even die like the literal death, you're going to get sicknesses, illnesses, diseases, things you're not supposed to get because of too much pressure, suppressing your emotions. And even in anger management and some of these things, when we study, we get to see some of the trust illnesses or things that doctors cannot trust, but are highly connected to stress, highly connected to all these emotions, the toxic emotions that were kept inside of you, that were not let out. That's why for the people who are here for Coach Johnson, I hope you learned something. You know, I've had him teach before and I was blessed, but you get to see how we need to release this thing. It's for your well-being, okay? So as a leader, self-care and stress management, prioritize physical, emotional, and mental well-being. That's some of the things that Coach Johnson was sharing with us. So as a leader, you need to prioritize your self-care, because remember, as a leader, you're doing more of giving to people, you're doing more of leading, you're doing more of getting the work done. You need to now come back and take care of you, take care of your heart, take care of your mind, take care of your spirit, take care of your soul, take care of your body. You cannot lead, so you have to eat right. You need to exercise. You need to be healthy for you to continue to do the work that you want to do and the work that has been assigned to you. Okay. Support networks. As a leader, you will need support networks. Build relationships with trusted friends, trusted people, mentors, and therapists. You need this. As a leader, you need a leader. I keep telling people, it is pride to think you know everything. It is pride to think you can do everything. Receive help. So get mentors, get coaches. You know, I have Coach Sam. Things I don't know, I'll be like, Papa, how do I go about? He has gone where I've not yet gone. What do I want to make? There are mistakes he has made. I don't have to make them. He paid the price for me. He paid the price for everyone that is under him and has access to him, you know, and has maybe been under his mentorship or so. So you learn from them, check with them. How do I go over this? All my people are leaving. What's the issue? How do I go about it? I'm losing people, or we're losing money. How do I go about it? So have safe spaces where you're able to share these hard things going on, you know, get therapists. Very important. Get therapists, get healing, because sometimes as a leader, you have your own trauma, you have your own childhood wounds, you have adult wounds. As a leader, you have a life happening outside. You're probably going through a divorce, probably going through a separation. You're probably pregnant out of wedlock. It wasn't the plan, but you're now a leader, a CEO of a bank. You're struggling with these things that are personal, yet you still have to deliver. Of course, you're not going to be fully present. Another way for you to overcome the pains of leadership is being vulnerable and open. Now, let me even say this way. Let me change it. Be transparent with your session. I'm closing now in 2 minutes. Be vulnerable with your team, but be vulnerable, with your trusted forces, but be transparent with your team. Sometimes you need to carry them along at how you feel, you know, or what's going on, or what that which is happening and how it's affecting you. Reframe your perspective. Boundary. Go to number 7. Boundary setting. As a leader, sometimes I encourage you to just set boundaries, establish clear limits, and protect your time, your energy, and emotional well-being. As a leader, there are people you will know, I don't do well with this person. They trigger me, the way they speak to me. You can find systems. There's a time Coach Stella and I were speaking, and she was sharing how sometimes that strength she could have, strength her boss may not have. So the coach, that things that he cannot deal with because they will drain him, you direct them to someone else to. There are people in your team you don't have to deal with. Delegate someone, because you need them, but you know your emotional chemistry or mental chemistry or connection is not good. Disconnect in love. And don't take it that it's them. Just know this thing is probably not working. In cases where you can't do anything about it, find other ways, explore, be curious. How can we work together? How can we work together? How can we better work together as a team? Also, mindfulness and presence. Focus on the present moment. Letting go of worries of the past, of the future. Reduce self-judgment. Please, as leaders, just let's set the slides so I don't keep them waiting. And lastly, but not least, is seek professional help. Okay, we can stop sharing the slides. Please seek professional help. There are coaches. I'm a coach, but I have coaches, and I'm grateful for them. Very grateful for them. And I'm a therapist as well. So you need, go to the last slide. You need coaches, you need therapists, you need, just get help from wherever, any help you need. But as a leader, you need help yourself. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your time today. I think I did learn a lot from you. I learned about understanding that Sometimes it's how you act as a follower that will determine how you are as a leader. Please, can you stop sharing the screen? And I think it was a wonderful session for all of us to learn about leadership from a different perspective. So you're getting a round of applause. Thank you so much for doing this for us. And I don't know if we have time for questions because we went over the time. But my question is, I'll ask one question. For those that are afraid to lead, that have never wanted to lead, and they find themselves in that position, because we say everyone is leading in one way or the other, because it starts with leading yourself. What advice will you give to that person that says, I don't have what it takes, even when every other person can recognize it?
Okay, thank you. I like how you said every other person can recognize it. So that means you have what it takes. You just don't believe you have what it takes. All right.
Mhm.
So what I would say to you is people give you feedback. All right. So people are giving you what you don't see. And that's because you probably don't know who you are. You've not come into self-awareness or a good level of self-awareness. So one, receive it as feedback as a good thing. And then, like I said, purpose is so powerful. It beats inside of you. Purpose is not outside. It's not something we get in class or the education that, we had. It's something we were created with when we were sent on this earth. There's a purpose we were all created for. A solution or a problem for us to solve. So when people tell you what they see in you, but you don't see it, check if you feel, does your heart beat for this thing? And if it does, run with it. Run with it. Just go for it. You can do it afraid. You can do it scared. You can do it, but just run with it. That's what I would say. Yes.
All right, just run with it. Thank you so much for your kind words. So they've shared in the comments section where we can find her and connect with her. So please reach out, visit our website. You have no idea what you will gain from it. But thank you so much for your time, Coach Fiona. And without further ado, I want to, I'm going back to OBK to talk about the recap of today. And then after that, I don't know if we have Coach Sam around. Hello, Coach Sam. Yes, we do. I've just seen it.
Hey, DK.
Coach Sam, so I am going to spotlight you also. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Right, I should be able to do that. Awesome. I'm sure you've been here for a while. So how did you find this month's session?
I joined when Fiona was just about to start, and I can't speak for the previous speakers before I joined, but I would like to say thanks to Fiona for that very articulate session she gave, and also thank her for being quite generous with appreciating my team and the communities. I want to believe that other speakers were as fantastic as she was, and I also want to believe that the webinar this month has been very illuminating and rewarding. I need to mention that the purpose for this webinar is to give a voice to our members and give a voice to the craft of our members. We believe that some of these sessions and every of these sessions really contribute a little token to everybody's mission in life. And so if you notice the patterns, we allow the topics to be open-ended, and every speaker comes with their selected topics because we believe that somehow it will add value to everybody at the level where they are in life. So to our speakers, thank you for showing up. To our members, thank you for showing up. To our moderators like DK, like Temi Tokwe and other moderators over the last few months, thank you for showing up. And to everyone who is not a member but believes that they can take one or two things from our webinars, thank you for showing up. We are just committed to working with everyone to add value to our world. And ultimately, we're the same team. I believe that at the end of the day, somebody's work is like a finger, another person's work is like the leg, another person's work is like the eye, another person's work is like the ear. It's at the end of the day forms the whole body. So no competition really. It's about collaborating and having a cohesive style to work. I was watching a video by Bishop Abioye yesterday on Stephen Akintayo's Instagram, and he hammered on irrelevant competitions in the body of Christ and building on collaborations. Now, this is not a religious platform, but I want to draw from that sermon. In my philosophy, everybody must win. It is not an option. If you are connected to the octopus, you must win. You must be wealthy, you must be known, you must grow, you must contribute your quota to the world. And so I want to encourage every member of OSP, let us remember our philosophy is that everybody must win. And by the grace of God, we will get there. Thank you very much, and God bless everyone.
Okay, thank you so much for Sam. And that brings us to the end of today's session. I am excited that everyone came and we learned a lot. And what I want us to realize is that this is available for us to rewatch. So if you feel you missed the session and you want to go back to that session, then please do, because there's so much to learn from this, so that we don't just hear these things, but we actually put to practice what we are learning. So move around a lot, focus on leading yourself, and then you'll be able to lead others. You understand that there are different categories, and you have to see yourself the way you are created, not seeing yourself as less than. Leadership starts with following. We also have to understand that in whatever we do, we should stop being too busy to take care of ourselves. We need rest. Rest is not just about getting a weekend where we can have a long trip, but it's about understanding that even 5-10 minutes plays an important role in whatever we are doing. I think for me, I would like to say thank you for having me, Seka Africa. Thank you for talking to us about our lives and ensuring that all the coaches that spoke today talk to us from a perspective of, in fact, managing your fear, understanding that fear is not the enemy, fear is a friend. And with that, we come to the end of today's session. So I want to say thank you to all the speakers. Thank you for your presence, and please reach out to every single person that spoke today. And we hope that we'll see you same time next month. All right then, all the best. Chima, is there any other thing left before we end today's session?
No, not at all. Thank you very much.
All right then. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a wonderful day. Cheers. Bye.
Thank you, DK.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Seka.